Madam President, we are live.
Awesome. Good afternoon, everyone. It is 2:01 and I call this meeting to order. I'll ask the secretary to please call roll.
This is Angie Castellanos. This is Angie Castellanos for the record, and this is roll call. President Ortiz.
Here.
Vice President Dockweiler.
Here.
Member Hudson.
She's going to be a little late. There was an accident. Sorry.
Thank you.
She's not in an accident, just to be clear.
Member Arascata.
Here.
Member Cantu. Absent, excused. Member Carlton. Absent, excused. Member Else.
Here.
Member Hughes.
Here.
Member Keys.
Here.
Member Orr.
Present.
Member Walker.
I'm here.
Madam President, you have quorum.
Thank you, Angie. I'd also like to note for the record that we're joined virtually by Deputy Attorney David Gardner. Thank you for being with us. Now, if everyone will please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. We'd also like to acknowledge the Indigenous peoples whose traditional homeland where we are presenting from or where people are joining us from in what is now the great state of Nevada. The Numa, also known as the Northern Paiute, the Nuwu, Southern Paiute, Washo, and the Nuwe Western Shoshone tribes. As we get started with the agenda, I'll share a few housekeeping items. As you can see, some of our participants are joining us virtually, so we ask your patience with any technical difficulties we may have. I also want to remind our audience that we are streaming via live stream with closed captioning. I'll also remind participants that are virtual to please mute yourself when you're not speaking, and remember to unmute when you wish to speak. I am going to ask Member Dockweiler to please keep an eye on the screen so that if anyone is gesturing to jump in with a comment or a question that she can catch them for me. If I miss it, please jump in whenever you are able. All of today's meeting materials are available on the board's webpage, doe.nv.gov. And I trust then when board members aren't actively engaging with us that they're reviewing materials. Okay, we're gonna open it up with the first public comment period under agenda item number 2. I'll remind the audience that comments are limited to those items that are on this agenda. Please be sure to fill out a comment card and turn on the microphone. Begin by stating your name for the record. Please note that I will limit comments to 3 minutes. Time will be kept by Vice President Dockweiler. We'll start with public comment in Carson City and then here in Las Vegas. If you're unable to attend, but you would still like to submit public comment, please submit written statements to nvboarded@doe.nv.gov. And they'll be read into the meeting before the close. Are there any comments up in Carson City?
Thank you, Ms. President. We do have a comment from Ms. Mary Przinski.
Awesome. Ms. Przinski, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the State Board. My name is Mary Przinski, and I am here representing the Nevada Association of School Superintendents, an organization that is composed of all 17 superintendents throughout our state and also representatives from the Charter School Authority. And I'm here to address item number 7. And NAS has stated on several occasions, both verbally and in writing, the opposition to the State Board being involved in school start times. School start times are a prerogative of the local school districts, and as you well know, are districts are so different. Everyone should be able, or each district should be able to make that decision. This is not a prerogative of the state board, and we still hold the position. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Przezinski. Did we have any others up there? Joseph?
Yes, ma'am. We will now call up Matt Bueller.
Good afternoon. For the record, I am Matthew Bueller of Reno, Nevada. I want to discuss item number 11 on today's agenda, but first I'd like to introduce myself and talk a little bit about my background. I'm a retired 22-year veteran of the U.S. Air Force and 28-year legal resident of the great state of Nevada. I'm running this cycle for Nevada State School Board of Education District 2, and I'm running because I strongly believe that Nevada can be better than 43rd in the nation in its public school ranking, and that I have the tools and motivation to help make that change. As a background on me, I have 3 degrees, an engineering degree, and a master's from UNLV in information systems, and a MS in biology from UNR in neuroscience. During my Air Force career, I served as an analyst, engineer, scientist, program manager, and educator in 7 different assignments, spanning from Florida, Nevada, Washington, D.C., Colorado, and California. My 2 assignments in education were as a deputy department head at the United States Air Force Academy and a commander and chair of the Aerospace Studies Department at Fresno State. I have extensive experience in course development and curriculum development. After retiring from the Air Force in 2014, I taught as a long-term math and science sub at both North Valleys and DeMonte Ranch High Schools. Subsequent to that, I administered the ASVAB exam at Northern Nevada high schools from 2015 through 2019. So on item 11, state-sponsored charter schools. First, I think this is a great idea. I support them, and there is no one-size-fits-all when it comes to education. I think it's great that we give parents a choice in their child's education. So I appreciate you listening, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bueller. Back to you, Joseph. Do we have any other public comment?
Yes, Madam President. Our final commenter will be Jeff Church.
Good afternoon. I am Jeff Church. I'm a Washoe County School District trustee. I'm a candidate for re-election, and I run a website, watchdogjeff.com. I'm here in my private capacity, and opinions expressed are mine. I want to quote from Mark Twain. Quote, "To lodge all power in one party and keep it there is to ensure bad government." I think that's quite true. I consider myself the loyal opposition, and I politely address you on some different issues. Nevada ranks last or near last in almost every category in every study. I first of all believe that restorative discipline. Yes, ma'am.
Can you please tell us which agenda item you're addressing?
I'm going to basically touch on number 11, if that's okay.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
I believe that restorative discipline needs to be reevaluated. I believe that restorative credit is a failure, AKA credit recovery. The comments we often hear from kids is D is for diploma. Because of that restorative credit, I think that explains why we have chronic absenteeism above 30%. We need to take divisive action to improve the quality of education. And then segueing that into item number 11, I'm a big believer in charter schools, be them state-sponsored or locally sponsored. I'm a big believer in parental choice and ESAs. So I want to put that on the record, but I do appreciate your time and listening to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Church. Joseph, back to you.
There are no further comments in Carson.
Okay, I'm seeing no comment cards in front of me, so I will turn it over. Yeah, the orange cards that are over there on the table need to be filled out. So I'll just move to online submissions and then come back to Vegas in a second. Angie, did we have any public comments submitted online?
Yes, we have 2 written public comments. The Nevada State Education Association has been the voice of Nevada educators for 125 years. We are commenting on item 11 on state-sponsored charter schools. Since 2017, NSEA has been asking for greater controls and oversight of charter schools, especially given the separate and unequal dynamics between charter schools and neighborhood public schools. In 2019, NSEA proposed a moratorium on new charter schools in Nevada until all accountability issues had been addressed. In a political compromise, the legislature required the Charter School Authority to develop and implement a growth management plan. However, since its passage, we have witnessed supercharged growth of charter schools with only minimal improvements on charter school accountability. In terms of charter operations, especially related to serving Nevada's most disadvantaged students, charter schools have only made incremental improvements. There remains a stark difference in student demographics, especially related to low-income students. Currently, 81% of Nevada students qualify for free and reduced lunch. Charters only enroll 51%. Even the disclaimer provided by the Charter School Authority regarding community eligibility provisions highlights this contrast. More than 60% of Nevada schools qualify for these provisions, while only 20% of charters are CEP eligible. Meanwhile, harmful gaps remain in students with disabilities and English learners.
5 minutes, and I'm only going to talk for about...
Member Arascata, can you mute yourself, please?
For years, NSEA has expressed concern about the disparities charter student demographics and their practice of cherry-picking students. This differences skew academic performance data that show charters outperforming neighborhood public schools. However, when corrected, the demographic differences, neighborhood public schools outperform charters. Please keep in mind during the presentation that academic performance comparison presented do not correct for demographic differences and are thus apples and oranges. Second public comment. Good afternoon, President Ortiz, Vice President Dockweiler, and board members. My name is Patricia Haddad Bennett, Director of Government Relations for the Clark County School District. My comments today are regarding Agenda Item 7, information, discussion, and possible action regarding the high school start time regulation. First, I'd like to thank each of you for the many offline discussion about the issue of high school start times. As the board continues its deliberations today, we respectfully reiterate that high school start times are the responsibility of local districts, best positioned to tailor schedules to meet the unique needs of the students in their area. Additionally, moving forward, a regulation to limit school start times will create a costly, unfunded mandate for the district. We welcome further conversation to discuss the implications of imposed bell times. Thank you for your attention and consideration.
Was that the last one?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Angie. All right, now I will call up Ms. Catherine Lee.
Hi, got it to work. Okay, hi, I'm Catherine Lee. I'm an associate professor here in the school psychology program at UNLV. Thank you for your time, for letting me speak. I'm here to speak about item 8, AB 400, the read by grade 3 policy. So I already told you my role at UNLV. I've also been a licensed school psychologist here in Nevada for over 10 years, and I do serve on the executive board at the State Association of School Psychologists. So specifically, the courses I teach are related to assessment, right, and training the future school psychologists. So we teach about statistics like percentile ranks in your normal curve, how to make special education determination decisions about special needs like learning disabilities, autism, the list goes on. Our program also is accredited dually nationally by 2 different associations, and we do pride ourselves on being social justice advocates, and we train future psychologists to do just that, right? To advocate for the youth who can't advocate for themselves. So I currently teach a cultural competency course as well. It actually starts in less than 2 hours, so I do need to leave after this, but it highlights the gross injustices that white Americans have placed on minoritized individuals in America for hundreds of years. Most importantly, our roles as mental health professionals working in the K-12 school settings include speaking out against continued injustices, advocating for underprivileged youth and their families, and collaborating with stakeholders like yourselves to promote equity. And ultimately, we really want to start righting the wrongs that have been inflicted on non-white Americans for hundreds of years. So these are your Black students, your Latino students, Native American, Indigenous students, Asian Pacific Islander students, your people of color. Okay, so I am here to voice strong dissent for AB 400, the read by 3, reinstating especially the 40th percentile cutoff, which is in the average range, okay? So I know that there have been previous presentations about the literature that strongly supports the negative impacts of retaining students psychologically, emotionally, behaviorally, and also linked to high school dropout rates, right? We don't want that. We don't need another reason for that to happen here in Nevada. So as a social justice advocate, I do want you to consider that implementing AB 400 is essentially, if you knowingly implement AB 400, you're going to be putting into place a policy that disproportionately negatively impacts marginalized populations, okay? They're already at a disadvantage, and doing this is essentially engaging in racism, right? It's perpetuating privilege and white supremacy, and I would argue even potentially child abuse if you know that you're abusing like 8-year-olds, right, in 3rd grade. So think about who are the children that are going to be most likely affected by this policy, who will most likely not make the cut, right? So it's marginalized populations. I know I'm at time. So I just want you to consider, thank you, that it is a form of criminalization of children. So I do offer some suggestions. I don't just want to like bash everything, right? So I propose lowering the cutoff score, the 1st percentile at most, right? I do also suggest that the subcommittee consider reaching out to UNLV faculty members, even licensed school psychologists in the state to help inform what policies and procedures should be in place, and that there should be a clear process in place if they are identified as being below the 1st and 2nd percentile. How do we individually make those decisions about the costs and benefits for that individual? And yeah, you can email me if you want, Catherine.lee@unlv.edu. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. And I appreciate you coming with solutions.
Yeah, I don't want to just be part of the problem. So
that is a breath of fresh air. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that covers our public comment period number 1. I will move on to the next agenda item. May I have a motion to approve the use of a flexible agenda, allowing me to take items out of order if necessary?
Member Dockweiler, so moved, or motion to move.
Member Hughes, second.
All in favor, please say aye or raise your hand if you're on the screen.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? And I'd like to note for the record that we have been joined by Member Cantu and Member Hudson. Okay, I'm going to take a point of privilege now and take a moment sorry, I was going to do this without crying, to honor one of the original equity warriors in our community, who we lost just recently, Dr. Tom Rodriguez. So Tom was a phenomenal leader. He served our community for several decades. and was the person that helps lay the groundwork for some of us that are sitting here today. He was most notably the executive manager of diversity and affirmative action programs for CCSD for 24 years and the co-founder of the Latino Youth Leadership Conference, which started in 1993. It is in its 31st year this year, and has generated some phenomenal leaders in our community. I urge you to please read more about Tom's legacy at tomrodriguezlv.com. And if you would all join me in a moment of silence for his passing. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to open it up for any other board member updates. Anyone have anything else they'd like to share? Yes, please proceed.
So I came to you guys with a presentation about a student advisory group a while ago. I just wanted to give an update and say that's going well. We're calling it Nevada SAGE, which is the Nevada Student Advisory Group for Education. We're already starting pilot groups to kind of see where that goes and actually start informing some of the policy surrounding the Portrait of a Learner. Our first focus group is, well, we had one, but then we had some troubles with attendance. So our first one is going to be tomorrow. We have, I think, around 15 kids signed up for it. So I'm really excited for that. We're working on getting all the documentations to get it rolled out next year.
Fabulous news. I'm so happy to hear that. Thank you, Michael, for continuing to push that effort forward. I'm excited to hear what you guys come up with. Anyone else have any news or updates to share with the team? Okay, then I will turn it over to Member Arascata for an update from NSHE.
Thank you, President Ortiz. Because of the robust agenda, I'll make this brief. The Board of Regents took the following actions at our meeting, our most recent quarterly meeting, February 29th through March 1st. Most importantly, and with a very heavy heart, we granted a posthumous Distinguished Nevada Award to Regent Emeritus Dr. Jason Geddes. In addition, the board's Rising Researcher Award was named in his honor. We also provided awards to 7 additional distinguished Nevadans, which were nominated and fully approved on: Joe Brown, Dan Reynolds, Margaret Cavan, Dr. Doris Dwyer, Camille Ruvo, Dr. Russell Holbert, and Carmelo Urza. We also approved employee contracts for 2 presidents, both based in Las Vegas, Dr. Keith Whitfield of UNLV and Dr. Kamuda Acharya of DRI. And lastly, we approved 3 new academic programs, big ones, great ones. The Associate of Applied Science in Funeral Services at College of Southern Nevada, the Associate of Science in Psychology at Truckee Meadows Community College, and a Bachelor's of Applied Science in Radiological Technology at TNCC. In regards to workforce development, we have heard through the system is that these 3 options for work and for employment are much needed throughout the state of Nevada. Additionally, the Board of Regents also learned about 2 successful strategies for our campuses with UNLV's Rebel Recovery Week and the University of Nevada, Reno's Nevada Fit program. We also received an update from Nevada System of Higher Education system-wide co-requisite math and English implementations. So President Ortiz, although that was short, I do appreciate the time and look forward to future meetings.
Thank you, Member Arascata. You reminded me of a fun little fact I just learned a couple days ago. Apparently, Nevada is one of only like 7 states where instead of being buried or cremated, you could be composted.
Yes.
Yeah. So anyway, clearly I've been thinking about death too much lately. I'm a gardener. I'm just going to put that out there. So now your students will get to talk about that when they're done with their program. Anyway, put that in your back pocket for trivia night, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Hey, I had to add some levity. Okay, so just a quick note from me. I have to step out at like 4 for another meeting. So I'm going to turn it over to Member Dockweiler for a little while, and then I'll be back. And so on that note, now I'm going to turn it over to Superintendent Ebert for her superintendent's report.
Great, thank you. Thank you everyone for being here this afternoon. First and foremost, I'm excited to introduce our newest cabinet member to the team. We have appointed Julie Wooten-Greener, who is now our new public information officer. She has 14 years of experience in writing, and I know most recently, quite a few of us are seeing her wonderful articles in the Review Journal, and we're glad that now she's working here at the Department of Education. So Julie, can you please stand? We can all say congratulations, welcome. Thank you. Second celebration and information, Nevada Reading Week. I know many of the board members, many of the public, we encourage everyone to come out. Mandy and Mark, the two M&Ms, work extremely hard with the rest of the team as well. I don't want to leave out the entire team, but they're the ones that take the lead in this work, and it was a big week. In the Author Live event, we connected our pre-K-12 students with national and local authors both. I'm very excited to have those live events. Approximately 32,000 students were able to participate and interact with those professionals. And again, thank you board members for going into classrooms as well. I know I heard from many, many teachers that they were excited to be in the classroom and to read with our students. We also are excited that on Saturday, April 27th, we're hoping that you'll be joining us again at selling. Well, sometimes we do have to sell how important reading is but sharing. The city of North Las Vegas is partnering with us to celebrate more reading events. We will have senators, elected officials, and others joining us on Saturday, the 27th. So we hope that it's open to the community. We're hoping that everyone will come out if your schedule allows. Next, 2 items that I have. One is we've been meeting, continue to meet not only monthly, but in between with the leadership from the Nevada Association of School Superintendents, talking a lot about our accountability system as well as our assessment system. So deep conversations, everyone agrees that we need to have a common measure that shows that our students are achieving. We had a presenter, talk about by grade 3, that our students are engaged in rigorous content, that they can demonstrate skills, and what are the tools that we need to use to ensure that students can demonstrate their skills in many ways. We will be moving forward. I guess let me back up. The construct we know of all of this is a federal construct that we are required to, as all states are required to, have an accountability system and an assessment system. We do have some flexibility within that system, and so that's the conversation that we're having as a state. I will also share that I had the opportunity last week to go to Washington, D.C., to also talk with our federal delegation as well as the U.S. Department of Education, and looking at what it is, the next version of the Every Student Succeeds Act, and what we believe as Nevadans, how that should look moving forward. So all of those pieces are well underway. Excited of the work that Deputy Dixon is leading as well in the rewriting of our literacy plan, which we also will know come into play in this body of work as well. And then finally, Lisa Ford, our amazing, there she is, our amazing Chief Strategy Officer. On March 18th, she held the department informational meeting for cities and counties If you recall that under AB 400, it expanded the Department of Education's authority to have entities apply to become sponsors of charter schools. So the meeting attendees included participants from the City of Henderson, the City of North Las Vegas, as well as the College of Southern Nevada. Applications will be due in and will be reviewing in May, and final approval will be June 1st.
Sorry, Superintendent Ebert, you said City of Henderson, North Las Vegas, and CSN?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. And then I'm going to take privilege of a celebration. We have the 35th Silver State Awards. Yes, I know. Best of the best. And I don't know that everyone is aware, but we have an honoree sitting at the dais. I will mention the other 4 honorees because they are deserving as well. Keith Whitfield, the president of UNLV, will be honored with the Jim Rogers Education Award. We have Joe Cortez, International Boxing Hall of Fame. He will be honored with the William Andrews Clark Lifetime Achievement Award. We have Nevada Attorney General Aaron Ford. He is being honored with the Harry Reid Leadership Award. And then finally, we have President Felicia Ortiz, the State Board of Education. She will be awarded with the Elaine Wynn Trailblazer Award. So that is this Saturday night at Resorts World, and congratulations for all being recognized for all your hard work.
Thank you. I wasn't expecting that. I'm blushing. Thanks, everyone. Okay, moving on.
Quick question.
Oh, yeah, sorry. My bad.
No, you're fine. Member Hughes, and sorry, this is
please.
awkward coming after your celebration. Should have ended with that. Could you just say a bit more the approval of the authorizers? Where can folks find like the criteria and how those decisions are being made?
Thank you. That is all available on our website. So the whole packet that has been developed, we're very thankful for our partners that helped us develop the application. We did not have an application prior to this and develop the application. The rubric is online as well. And then Lisa is also available for technical assistance.
Yes, Member Hughes, go ahead.
So I'm not sure, but I know CSN currently has high schools, so I was just wondering how that works and how they're going to maybe use this new way to maybe make more high schools or change their current system.
So Superintendent Ebert, for the record, the College of Southern Nevada High School is actually a Clark County School District school. So it is in partnership with the College of Southern Nevada, but it is a Clark County School District school. And this opportunity that has been afforded these entities, they could apply to be an authorizer for other schools. So right now, the only city that has an authorized charter school is the City of Las Vegas. Strong Start, and they have our youngest learners, bilingual work that they do, and this will expand those opportunities.
Any other questions or comments from board members? Okay, seeing none, I will move on now. I trust that our board members have had ample opportunities to review the long list of consent agenda items and support materials this meeting. As a reminder, board members are asked to review all the materials and request clarification in writing. The questions and subsequent responses have been posted to our board docs. And they're available for public viewing prior to the board meeting. Any board member may pull an item for discussion, or we can approve them with a single motion. Are there any agenda items that need to be pulled for discussion? Or may I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
President Ortiz, this is Angela Orr for the record. I would like to pull C and D, the proposed math instructional materials, for discussion with department members. And I'm doing this because we have decided as a board to focus much of our energy on ideas that relate to Tier 1 instruction and how the department can help shape super strong research-based Tier 1 instruction in schools. And there were wonderful, really insightful and thoughtful questions posed by other board members about this item. And I'm hoping those board members can ask those on the record.
Okay, I'm not, so member, or I'm not going to have them re-ask the questions, but maybe synopsis of the question and the response. Let's keep pulling and then we'll start with discussion.
So Member Hughes, the same too. I had some follow-up questions from the questions. So, and then the other item, I'm trying to find the right one. P, the commission's recommendations for our 11922. I just had a clarifying question from one of the responses.
Okay, anything else? Yes, Member Dockweiler.
This is not a discussion poll, but a vote poll. Do you want me to go ahead now? Or?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so item O, I would like to pull that for separate vote. It's regarding the school psych assistant and internship licenses. Given my role in the higher ed and the training of school psychs, I'd like to excuse myself from that vote.
Recuse, yes.
Recuse.
Yes,
Me.
no problem. Anyone else? Okay, perfect. Then let's start with discussion on items C and D. So, Member Hughes, since you asked the questions, if you could give us a synopsis or like a summary of your questions and responses, and then ask your follow-up questions, and then we'll turn it over to Member Orr to see if she still has any additional follow-up questions. Does that work?
Sure. Yeah, that is a tall order, but I will try to remember all those. So I would say the quick synopsis, there's sort of a few categories of questions I asked. One was just trying to understand the difference between supplemental materials and core curricular materials and how we looked at those and sort of how we applied the tools to those. So that was sort of one set of questions. I think there was maybe some questions about decision-making rights and sort of guidance given to districts versus what leeway districts have to select from this curricular material list. And then I had some specific like technical questions around the rubrics and mostly around the second rubric, the social justice rubric, and just how folks were sort of rating, because we saw some of the comments and just seems like there were some discrepancies there. So those are sort of like the broad categories. The couple of follow-up questions I had to the responses, and for folks who have not seen these materials, so we have submitted sort of questions in advance to try to give the department time to be able to review and respond and then post those. So the initial responses are posted. So just to give folks some context, these follow-up questions are in relation to that posting. So one, I was trying to figure out, there was one program in particular called Math Nation. And it seems like that was it was asserted that that was sort of a core program. And I was trying to just figure out, when I looked at their marketing materials, they called it a tool, they called it a resource, and it was built upon the illustrative math, which is a core program. I was just sort of confused about how that's situated. Like, is it its own program? Is it a supplement and a tool, as their website suggests? Because that was the one that I wasn't sure. Is this a tool and a resource, or is this a core curricular program that we're reviewing?
Good afternoon, President Ortiz, members of the board, Superintendent Ebert. My name is Cindy Chang. I'm the director of the Office of Teaching and Learning. And we do the instructional materials review process out of our office. And since it's regarding math, I'm actually going to pass the baton because I have our math folks in Carson City who'll be able to answer your questions exactly. Welcome.
President Ortiz and the member of the board, good afternoon, and all those on streaming, good afternoon. My name is Mike Mosqueda. I'm in charge of 6 to 12 math. I would like to discuss regarding Math Nation. MathNation basically is, I would say, a name to the platform. So this is being developed by, according to my notes, Accelerate Learning. So Accelerate Learning is a company, a vendor, which developed this MathNation as a title to their entire platform. So their core curriculum or core material is based on illustrative mathematics. As we all know, illustrative mathematics has been written by Mr. McCulloch, who is the original author of the core curriculum. There are various nonprofit organizations, specifically EdReports, Learning List, EdGate, which has a review on this illustrative learning, and they made a green light for the alignment, content alignment on this. So MathNation is basically a problem-based learning paradigm. They have different content structure. They have intro to math, deep dive into math, summary of math, and then within the platform, they also have assessment component, and there's different implementation of equity and accessibility and
Mike,
other things.
May I pause you?
Okay.
This is Superintendent Ebert for the record. May I pause you? I believe that member Hughes' question is the distinction between, is this a supplemental, I'm looking at to make, is this a supplemental material that has been put forth for approval, or is it core content that has been put forward for approval?
Yeah, that's right. And just to put a finer point on it, I just wasn't sure, is this an approval of illustrative math? And this is illustrative plus the tools and resources to go along with it? Or is it just for the supplemental component? Like it was just unclear because my original question was, do we use the same approach for resources versus core? And the answer is no, we're only reviewing core. And so I was just trying to distinguish. I wasn't quite clear where that program fit, if it was like that plus the full program, or it was just the add-ons.
Mike Mosqueda again for the record. MathNation being just a label to the entire thing is a core program. And so we look at it as a core program, and we approve based on that, including all those associated components.
Okay, thank you. That is.
I would like to just follow up on that. So just to be clear, MathNation does not consider itself a core program and talks about alignment to another core program, illustrative mathematics. But the committee considers it a core program. Is that true?
Mike Mosqueda again for the record. I would say, as I mentioned, Math Core is a label to the encompassing components. The core program is illustrative math, which is, that curriculum is basically, it's built, MathNation is built into that. So since illustrative math per se is approved, all the encompassing supplemental material are also approved.
So it will be clear to districts that in order to adopt MathNation, they would have to also adopt illustrative mathematics as the core program.
Mike Mosqueda again for the record, that is correct.
Got it. Thank you. And thanks, Member Orr, for the clarification. That was my biggest concern, is that districts would see it as a core program unto itself and use it in inappropriate ways that were not meant, since it should be paired with the core set of materials. So as long as we make sure that's clear, I think that answers that question. I think the other sort of question I had was around, this is sort of related to math specifically, but broader. So again, one of the concerns that I have is if I'm a district looking at these, the number score differential is not so great that it's hard to understand like what are the best programs, what are the second tier programs that the state approved, because they're all kind of similar, and that's based upon having sort of a general approach to looking at the rubrics. So I'm curious, if I just am unclear, like what legally can districts do or not do, what legally can the state or not do? Obviously, like the response was given like we're local control, but I don't know on curriculum specifically what the parameters are at the state level and the district level. Can the district choose something that's not on the state approved list? What happens if they do? Like, can someone just walk us through that sort of piece of it?
Cindy Chang for the record. So there's two ways the materials come to us, either through an RFP that's put out on our state purchasing site, or the districts have recommended something that they would like to see reviewed. So a team comes together, they review the material, they score it. There's a, the ones that meet that scoring category then come before you to be approved. And then districts can look at that list and then they can choose from that list on what they want to then take to their adoption teams within their district to review for their community. The hope is, because we're taking from the team that's reviewing this, we're taking from across the state. So subject matter experts from all across districts and charter schools that review this material. So the hope is that we get our curriculum, our assessments, and our instructional materials in alignment, that they're high quality for our students, for their learning. So we don't advise, we wish that districts would pull off of the approved list that we put out for the state.
Member Ortiz for the record. So you're saying they don't have to?
They need to, because we are gathering data about that, but I'll let a superintendent go in. Oh, thank you.
So member, Doug Gardner, we're gonna flip to you for a second for the legal opinion on this. Are school districts, local school districts and charter schools required by law to choose curriculum from the approved list of curriculum that is put out by the state?
Deputy Attorney General David Gardner. There's a couple different parts to that. The first part, I would say yes. The standards are established by the Council to Establish Academic Standards for Public Schools. Those standards come before the state board, and there's some interplay between your body and theirs, and that is required for everybody to comply with. The second one is courses of study. The courses are approved by the state board, so that that also has to be approved by that, and that's NRS 389.003. And then the third one, the third part that I was thinking about is textbooks, if I remember correctly, are also something that have to be adopted by the state board. So it's my understanding that a public school would need to comply with those. So yes, I believe that school districts and charters would need to comply with these courses, these textbooks, and those standards. I might need to do some more review if you guys do want to move forward with enforcement, just to verify that. But based on my read of NRS 389.880, which is about textbooks, and 389.003, which is enforcement of standards and courses of study, I believe that yes, they need to comply with the list that's been approved by this body.
Dad Gardner, this is Angela Orr for the record. I would like additional clarification, if possible, at a later date on the charter school requirement to use adopted curriculum. Thank you.
And Dave Gardner, this is President Ortiz for the record. I'd also like additional research into what ramifications are there if they don't. Right. So, and how would we even know? Frankly, how would we know that a school bought like an entire curriculum that was not standards aligned?
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, so as part of the governor's ACing accountability, the very first question on there was for the State Department of Ed to verify with school districts on the materials that they are using and if they are on the adopted list. And so that auditing is going on right now.
So how about this? When that audit is complete, if we could bring it back to the state board and then in collaboration with Doug Gardner, figure out what our next steps are. Okay. Member Hughes, did that cover?
Yeah, that covered that one. And then just one final question. So the one final thing is I was surprised by the non-recommendation for, I'm going to get the company wrong, but it was basically for Eureka Squared, I think, which is a program that a lot of districts across the country use. And I think from what I've seen in the data have been pretty successful. And it seems like separate of that, it sort of raised for me questions around the social justice rubric. It seemed to me when I reviewed, there was the most discrepancy maybe in how people scored it in that rubric, which makes a lot of sense because there's a lot of those pieces that are like your personal identity, more of it's subjective, it's hard to quantify it. But I guess I'm just curious to learn more about just how the department's thinking about the discrepancies, because like some things, it seemed like there maybe is not the specificity that gives raters the like very detailed, like how they should rate it. So there is a bunch open to interpretation, which leads to a wider variation in scores. And so I noticed that those scores had a wider variance in other categories to me, which maybe speaks to like less norming or less precision or guidance given to the raters. So I'm just wondering if folks could sort of speak to how you all are thinking about that. Whether you would agree you saw more variance, maybe I was misinterpreting that, but it seemed like somebody would rate it like meets expectations, it has X number of cultures represented, and somebody else would rate it does not meet expectations. And to me, it seems like there was pretty clear cut guidance about like needs X number of examples, but clearly one person counted the number of examples differently than another person did. And so I'm just curious how y'all handle that.
Can I add to that really quickly? So President Ortiz, for the record. So on top of what Member Hughes said, how do you ensure that the raters that are selected to rate these materials are representative of the student body and have had like cultural competency training and like know what to look for?
Cindy Chang, for the record. I'm actually going to ask if Dr. Heather Crawford-Fair could respond to this, since they did it with the math folks that we're talking about, and she can talk about that in general.
Thank you. Dr. Heather Crawford-Ferry, for the record. I oversee K-5 mathematics and can speak to the item that we're discussing, the particular instructional material. So in the case of Eureka Math Squared, it was non-recommended, and it was non-recommended because of rubric 2 around social justice, which is what has already been presented. I do have a member of the review committee here who can also talk about her experience as a reviewer, if that's helpful to the board, who has joined us today. There were norming meetings where our participants could come together, meet, discuss with each other, have breakouts, look at the items, show where they were finding their justification for their rating to other raters on the team. That doesn't always mean that the raters agreed. And so although there was time to norm amongst the raters, it was shared from the beginning that the policy would be that you could choose to change your score if you were thus swayed by the argument of another reviewer, but you are not required to change your score as you were a professional in the field. I would say that expanding our committees to be more representative of the student body would be a great goal moving forward. However, we do have an application process that was shared in the response to some of the questions that were previously put forward. We do look at who applies and try to select as representative of a committee as possible. We do reach out to all of our school districts and ask them to put forth representatives. We share with the community and ask them to put forth representatives to join the committees in the process.
Member Hughes, did that answer your question?
Yeah, I mean, it answered the technical question. It sounds like we saw some room for improvement in this area because it is, you know, these are big important decisions around what we're putting in front of our kids, and so we want to make sure that sort of we're doing this with the depth and the rigor that we need, and sort of the background experiences of the reviewers is a huge piece of that, as well as then once we get that group, how normed are they, and are they looking at things in like a fairly similar way? The one thing that was interesting, and there was a separate question, so I won't re-ask it, that was already in writing, but some folks didn't seem to like that some of the more like representative examples were in like video links and other things that were sort of part of the curriculum. And some people seem to sort of count those, some people seem to not count those. And so again, it just seemed like what evidence people were using was sort of all over the place. And so I just want to make sure that we're, you know, consistently applying it. If people don't make the cut, they don't make the cut. That's totally fine. But just want to make sure that we're applying that the same.
Member Dockweiler.
Thank you, President Ortiz. I had a follow-up question similar to Member Hughes's about the rigor of the evaluation or the rubrics. Are the individuals on the review committee trained on inter-rater reliability and some of those components, to Member Hughes's point, that will maintain similar ratings for the individual reviewer, not so much comparing each other's reviews and convincing each other to what the response should be, but maintaining consistency amongst or within the reviewers themselves?
Cindy Chang for the record. Thank you for these points. Being new to this position, I am taking mental note of all of them. So, and so is my team, because they're all here and they're listening as well. I came into this role when this was already in progress. So we will find out these answers for you and get back. Thank you.
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, for the inter-rater reliability specifically to the left, because I see you and I know your background. So to the level to which we can give you that information. And so we will research that. But are they normed? Yes. What I wanted to add specifically to Member Hughes' question, especially around the social justice, right? This is really the first big round where this has been implemented since the law. So I definitely see, you know, iterations as we move forward. It's not like the other components of, you know, taking the standards and alignment and are we that, but this is a new piece that we've been required from the law to look at. And is there improvement? Yes, I see that we can improve in that area. Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. And is the timeline, is that in statute in terms of how frequently or could we come back and relook at some of these once the process continues to improve? Like what flexibility is there in the timeline of review?
Superintendent Ebert, for the record. So as we continue to review I guess let me clarify your question. Are you asking the next set of materials that we're reviewing, or are you asking reviewing the process?
I guess I'm curious, like how permanent are these math adoptions and for how long, and at what point in time is there a way to continue to improve the process, which could lead to slightly different outcomes?
So as the Department of Education, traditionally, it has been on a 7-year cycle. Yeah. And that actually most states have been on that same cycle. And I was on a call earlier today where one state has not done adoption since 2010, which I found very interesting. So we're ahead of that. But at any moment in time, a school district and or the department, myself as the state superintendent, can say we're going to go off cycle. So there's the traditional, it's been 7 years, you know, we do mathematics, we do ELA, we do science, you know, the capacity of our staff. And so we work through those process But anytime a school district and or myself and the department can say, you know, there's been a major shift in the standards or learning that we've had out there. And so now it's time to go back out and look at the materials to see if they are still relevant for our students.
Okay, member Orr.
Thank you. I would like to ask just 2 additional clarification questions. One is, if you do have members of the committee here, perhaps they can speak directly to Eureka Math Squared, as it is considered a high quality material in many other states and districts, and just what about it the committee found so objectionable. And then secondly, I would like to understand better why the elementary group chose to not come to consensus on materials, whereas the secondary group did come to consensus. And if that's a part, if every review committee can choose not to come to consensus, or that's a part of the process, I would just like to know a little bit more about that.
I'll turn it back over to Ms. Chang.
Thank you. Cindy Chang for the record. Dr. Crawford-Ferry, you said you have an individual up north, correct?
Yes, I do. I have an individual up north, and if it's acceptable, I can respond to the part about consensus building first.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Dr. Crawford-Ferry for the record. As Director Chang shared, when she joined us, the process was already in process, and various committees had already started with their own norming and scoring mechanism determined by the committee. It wasn't until we came to our final consensus that we realized that some groups were working for a single consensus, whereas the elementary group had worked on what we called a tally system, where we could look at the variety and present an average that would be clear. What we did not want to do is present an average to the board that left a lot of questions about how those numbers were arrived, and instead wanted to make it transparent as to where there was consensus and where there was less consensus amongst the members. And so that was a decision that had already been made at the time when Director Chang joined our group, and we put this information forward. It was intended to promote transparency in how the group felt about the materials, given that we did have members that had different opinions of the review committee, and honoring all of those perspectives. And then here today, joining us virtually is Denise Trakes, if she would like to address the process of being a reviewer and looking at the materials for Eureka.
Please proceed. Is she going to come up to that mic or one of the others? Oh, okay. Got it. See ya.
Denise Trakes for the record. Member Orr, to answer your question regarding the process in the elementary K-5 materials review, there were 2 actual teams that came together. And so looking at those teams, some reviewers reviewed one set of materials and others reviewed another set. So specifically speaking to Eureka, that was not a material that was under the team I was working with review. So we had interrelated reliability meetings several times where we got together and discussed things, discussed the meaning of the rubrics. In regards to that second rubric, one of the challenges where we did not come to consensus was some members felt that if a teacher was listed as a contributing author, that gave them one of those 10 spots to be considered an author. Others of us felt that if contributing author wasn't clarified within the materials, that we couldn't just assume that they had a major part in those materials. And so again, just as we dug into the materials, as we asked publishers information, we would ask them to please clarify whether this list of individuals was an actual contributing author or were they in actuality just a reviewer. And so places like that is where we didn't come to consensus. The rest of the rubric fairly stronger consensus, but not always agreement within that team as well. So again, in the regards to the number of authors, that was one place that we could not agree with, whether if everyone listed was a reviewer. And some of the people listed sometimes were like the marketing manager, sometimes it was the PR person, the communication. And so again, that's one place where some people felt like if anybody was listed, they would give them a higher score, where some of us felt like we actually had to see authorship. And we'd ask the publishers to please tell us what they used as a defining term for those members.
Can I ask one quick follow-up? That was super helpful, and appreciate the work it takes to do this. And know you all were just sort of doing the best you could with the guidance you were given. I'm curious, when you thought about contributing authors, given that that's sort of a line in the rubric, how did you all know anything about the backgrounds or life experiences of those contributing authors to make a determination that that was actually representative of our population?
Member Trickus for the record, or Denise Trickus for the record. Thank you, Member Hughes, for your question. So a ton of research. And so we would begin with the actual materials itself, and realizing some of these materials most of these materials are online, but some are in PDF form and some aren't. And so looking at the materials itself first. The second was deep research into any supplemental materials that the publisher sent. So sometimes they sent additional materials to talk about authors. The last thing is if there was any question, we had the right to send Dr. Heather Crawford Ferry, any of our questions we had. And so we would send those to her, and then she would reach out to the publisher to answer those questions. Oftentimes, and that would usually be the case, or if we couldn't find any authorship, most of the times we'd find a core team of about 3. Many of the programs will actually list those individuals, put their faces and bios. Sometimes the supplemental material would take us to a link to a website that would list those individuals, their faces, and again, the materials, and what their backgrounds, what they did.
Great, thank you so much. And again, I think that this is a good example of a point of improvement, and not to say that considering social justice and representation is not super important, but it is a very layered and complex thing. And so it's like there's a lot of assumption we could all be making by, reading somebody's bio or looking at their picture or looking at their name, right? And so just want us to be cautious that those, and again, the way that publishers present those are different, what I'm hearing from you. And so some took more or less research. And so whether that's a good or a bad thing, it probably does mean that you had more evidence for some than others, whether or not the actual intent of why this rubric happened, they could still be equal, but maybe it was harder to find the evidence for some versus others. I think that's where my concern comes from, is that we're not, again, able to fully evaluate in the way we intended.
And to put it in layman's terms, you're comparing apples to oranges. Member Orr, did you have follow-up questions on that?
No, thank you.
Yes, Superintendent Ebert.
Thank you, Superintendent Ebert. For the record, I just had one statement to round out some of the questions. I very much appreciate the verification of process and asking all of these questions that have transpired today. A couple comments were made of other entities or materials being adopted widely by other states or districts. And I would caution that just because someone else adopted something doesn't mean that it should continue in its place. Again, I had mentioned a call that I was on earlier this morning, and we were talking specifically about ELA, and a lot of materials that are currently out on the market have 3 queuing in their materials, which we know is not a sound practice for educating our children in science of reading, but it is those materials are adopted nationally. And we would not want those materials adopted in our state, in Nevada. So I just caution that as, and I know one of the other groups that we've used quite frequently, with Ed Reports and doing those pieces of research, we take all of that in, but then we also need to make sure we norm it across what we are looking for at that moment in time and within our state for our students. So I just wanted to add that to the conversation as well.
Okay. Yes, Member Walker, go ahead.
You know, I think that we're kind of in a dangerous position because if we're, as the board, saying, why didn't this program get approved? You know, we bring a diverse group of people together, and this is one of the things that school boards are really dealing with across the country. Our material has to meet the needs and the expectations of our community. And so to rethink what this committee is recommending to us and saying, we think this product should have been approved, I think that's a dangerous precedent, and it might look like we're not being ethical in our practices. It's a really tough decision. School districts go through a lot of work when they're adopting curriculum, putting it out there for the community, making sure it's open in several places around the school district for so many days, and inviting comments and participation. So I just want to be careful that we're not overstepping our bounds.
Member Walker, your comments are perfectly timed. So I have a proposed, let's call this a compromise. Because the process is in evolution, and Ms. Chang, you're new to the role, and there's been some questions about the fidelity of the process. What if, can we approve this with a caveat that it be re-evaluated in half the time, perhaps, instead of 7 years and 3 years?
I would just caution that that's also going to be a significant expense for districts. A lot of our smaller districts have to really stagger adoption, and I think you would need to get more input from our superintendents and let them analyze their budgets.
Thank you for that perspective, Member Walker. Anybody else have any suggestions?
I was going to ask if on this one in particular, given this is, you know, if you look at our math outcomes in the state, they're not the best as they could be. And so this does have, you know, materials are not the full solution, but they are part of the solution. So I want to make sure we're getting it right. I would sort of like to remove these from the consent vote until we get clarity from Dad Gardner about double checking that, like, because if districts can still work around this, then it's kind of a moot point and we can move on. If they can't, and this is sort of the law of the land, then we do need to be, you know, as precise as possible, I think.
I think that's a valid compromise. Is that okay for the Department of Ed? We push it out?
Back next month.
Yeah. Oh, Member Else.
I was just curious. Are there any districts on the ones that are that aren't approved that are currently using? I'm assuming they're on the list because people are using them currently, or is that a false assumption of mine? I'm just wondering fiscally what it's going to do to somebody if they're using, say, Eureka Math and they no longer can.
Yeah, Dr. Fair, do you know the answer to that?
Dr. Crawford Ferry, for the record, it is my understanding that legally our school districts should be using only approved instructional materials. So if it is not previously approved, such as Eureka, it should not be in a school district. And if it currently is as a primary instructional material, not a supplement, then they would not be in alignment with the law. But I will defer legal questions to our DAG.
Dag Gardner or Dag Ott, do you have an opinion on that question?
This is Deputy Attorney General David Gardner. From what I can tell, I've been looking in NRS 389 and a couple different areas. From what I can tell, the schools, district schools, are required to comply with the courses and textbooks. So I agree that those should be in compliance. To answer Member Orr's question earlier, I have looked through NRS 388A as well as NAC 388A, and it looks like the charters have to have their courses and textbooks in alignment with the standards, but they do not have to follow the textbooks or courses that have been approved by the state board.
And so this member Hughes, so again, going back to the question around repercussions and financials, so I'm fairly confident based upon what I'm seeing in classrooms across the state, there are people using a wide variety of math materials, many of them not on this list. Sometimes classroom to classroom within the school building looks different, sometimes district to district, and sometimes within a district, as I know everybody else probably has seen that as well. So if I'm a district and just spent, $1 million on a whole new set of programs, those are not on the adopted list, they don't have $1 million to buy a new program that they just spent. What happens then if you're saying the law requires them to do it, but they already made an investment, there's no other option for them, or they did it 2 years ago before we adopted these? What's the next step there?
I'm going to turn that to Member Else or Member Walker to answer, because you all are at the local level and know the answer. I don't know.
Well, that especially just, I think it's a little bit, of course, we want to ensure that everybody is using high quality materials, right? That's for sure out there. But with the timing of the approval, and then I'll just be very honest, all school districts across the nation, not even here, I mean, the implementation of Common Core Standards Aligned Curriculum was very much at a different rate and level everywhere. So I don't know, that's why I had asked the question. I'm not certain if there are districts that may be using some of these that then when they got brought forward, the timing of it, they weren't approved, but they've already made that substantial purchase for that. I know I'm not concerned in my district, but that doesn't mean there aren't districts out there that could be in that scenario. I guess that's and I will tell you from a budget standpoint, if they are, then the reality is the district more than likely is probably going to continue using an unapproved curriculum. I mean, depending on the size of the district and the budgets, it's probably not realistic that they could replace that. And
I remember distinctly that there was a major push from CCSD for us to approve the LA curriculum because they were waiting for us to approve it in order to order their stuff. And so it might be helpful. And I don't want to punish anyone. I would like to know where are school districts, schools, classrooms using unapproved curriculum so that we could get an idea of the financial impact and then have that discussion, right? So if we need to, because I get it, I don't want to point fingers or lay blame, stuff happens, right? Superintendent Ebert's team is small, things change, laws change, right? We're having to do things, but I want to make sure it's our role and our responsibility to make sure that students have standards aligned curriculum. So what do we need to get there, right? So in order to know what the gap is, we need to know who's not using standards aligned curriculum today. Will that come from that audit that you're talking about, Superintendent?
Yes, Superintendent Ebert, for the record. So that will come from the audit. And just because David keeps mentioning the name, but NRS 389.880 explicitly states, right, except as otherwise provided in subsection 2, the textbooks adopted by the state board, this body, must, though it's not may, must, shall, it's must, be used in the public schools in this state, and no other books may be used as basic textbooks, period. Now to the follow-up, and so why is that law in place, right? And I think Member Hughes called specifically out, it is one piece of a system for high quality instruction, high quality materials being a piece of it based off of standards, which are the expectations of the state, and the implementation then with our students. So if that system is not aligned, if they are not using materials that are aligned with our state standards, then I don't know how you would expect to get outcomes on the assessments if that is not all aligned. So I appreciate this, the conversation to make sure that the system is aligned. We will have that information for you. Yeah, if they are not, they should not be in the classrooms if they are not aligned and adopted. The second piece on the transition, because having been in a school district when budgets were being cut and yet the adoption had transpired, in the law is the continued use of such textbooks previously approved until they become unserviceable. And so that's how it is written in the law. So that is an area in NRS that could be, what is the definition of unserviceable? And, what amount of time does a school district? And then to your point of, what happens if a school district isn't using any aligned materials that are aligned to the standards and expectations? Then I think we would see too, the outcomes in their scores are not where we would expect them to be if they're teaching different curriculum. But there's nothing here in the law that has any consequences for not doing that. I would say, well, I'll just stop right there.
This has been a fabulous discussion. Member Orr, I see your hand. Please proceed.
Thank you. I think that Member Hughes is correct in saying that this is one of our most important jobs. Besides having a high quality teacher in the classroom, having high quality instructional materials is one of the most important factors for our students to get back on track academically and grow each year. That being said, I would like to clarify that my question about Eureka Squared was not to question or be a proponent of a particular curriculum, but because in the rubrics that curriculum was called out in every grade level for the same thing, which is that there were white hands in the textbook, although the curriculum did meet all standards and was highly aligned to our standards. I thought it was a good illumination of how the secondary rubric that's only now just being used might be complicating getting good materials in front of kids. So again, I do not believe that my job is to bring forward any materials for consideration that were not brought through this process. But I do think that we need to relook at the way that our textbook committees are trained on that secondary rubric and probably the first rubric. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Orr. I'm going to turn it over to the next item that was pulled. Item P, the regulation from COPS, or Commission on Professional Standards, sorry, RN 11922. And I'll turn it over to you, Member Hughes.
Great, thank you. I think this one hopefully should be quick. So this basically, it sounds like, if I'm understanding this correctly, so if you could just clarify this, it's around getting an endorsement in an additional area, I believe, and needing to both do coursework and pass a competency exam. And I think previously you could do one or the other, and now it's requiring you to do both of them. Do I have that right?
Almost. Jeff Risky, Indy, for the record. And this is so technical, I'm starting to second guess myself. So I did phone a friend. Megan Tyree, our lead licensure analyst, is on the line if it gets over my head. But I will do my best to, in consultation with her already since the beginning of this meeting. The difference is there's academic coursework and subject area coursework. And what we're correcting here is that for an initial license, we require coursework, not just an exam. When they are already licensed teachers and they wish to add a middle or secondary endorsement, they could do either the subject area coursework or the exam. So that's the difference that we're correcting. And I know exactly what you're talking about. Page 4, in the middle of page 4, section 2, we did change the or to an and. And that is, if we left it as an or, it'd be in direct contradiction to NAC 391036, which is the competency regulation for all initial licensures. And it is already correct if you want to do a direct comparison to the secondary regulation. In the middle of page 6, there is an and there. So we're just correcting the mistake that was made in the previous change.
Got it. So if you're a teacher and already have a license, you can through an exam, through a competency-based exam, you can get approval for other areas. So it was just that discrepancy between initial licensure and, okay.
Yes, that's correct. Okay. Jeff Brisky, Indy, for the record, that is correct. We wanted to make sure that correction was made. It was a bit unclear as currently written, so that's why we added at the beginning of this regulation that clear pathway.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brisky. And we have one more item to be pulled, Member Keys.
Yeah, thank you. I was a little bit hesitant about pulling this one specifically because I do think it's a slightly bigger situation than this one specifically. But L, the possible approval of dual credit courses for Douglas County School District. I had asked a question and I did get a response as a technical response about the specific regulation, but I'm just going to say my question. Why are meteorology, solar astronomy, and physics courses considered electives when biology, chemistry, environmental science, and anatomy classes considered science courses? I know that I have an astronomy course at my high school that is a science credit, so why is there a difference between taking it at the high school and college levels? I'm also currently taking a Physics 100 course that counts as a science credit. Why then is it listed here as an elective? On the other hand, human anatomy and physiology 1 and 2 are elective credits at my school, but are listed as science on this list. Why are different students getting different credits for the same classes across the state? And is the department doing anything to streamline this process to make sure that every student is getting the same opportunities and credit for the work they do? I did get a response that what these count for are decided upon the district off of the dual credit approval process, which is NRS 389.160. So my kind of question or idea behind this and why I think it's a bit strange that it counts for different courses or different credits across the state is that if I'm remembering correctly, and she has reciprocity, I think it's called, between all of their institutions. And so if the classes are being taught the same material throughout all of the NC institutions, then why is it different from high school? When I'm taking a Physics 100 class at my school, and I'm getting a science credit for that, which counts towards my graduation, and a large chunk of my graduation credits are from dual credit classes. And so it's kind of, in my eyes, like an equitable thing where one student from one place may have an easier path to graduation or may have something that another student in a different part of the state doesn't. Does that make sense?
Totally makes sense. So I'm going to break this question up into a couple of parts and pieces. So if Member Arascata, could you please confirm Member Key's assumption that there is reciprocity around course offerings within NSHE?
Yes, and I'm going to unquestionably follow up with Member Keys, primarily because I do not want to provide any misinformation. That is not going to be suitable to this conversation. What I want to make sure is that I know that there is reciprocities, especially with the dual credit program, and I'm going to essentially contact another person with the system to give 100% assurance that this is the fact.
Okay, then the next question is going to be directed at Mr. Brown, Director from Douglas County. I just want to, I guess the question is, how does a district determine what credit a class is going to get? And do you compare to other school districts in the state when you bring the application to us.
Thank you, President Ortiz and other members. So I've been new to this position for a couple of years, and so I'm on my dual credit coursework and elective credit journey. And I think, unfortunately, this list has been compiled over time. So I'm in the process of trying to clean up some of these things. I totally agree with Member Keys in terms of the one specific question was American Sign Language being an elective versus Arts and Humanities. And if our coursework list is approved, I will continue the process of cleaning those up. And so, yes, I have been trying to reach out to other districts close by to see how they're, what kind of elective credits, or not just elective, but what kind of credits they are giving to make sure that we're closer in line. I think part of the inconsistency is the fact that every district submits their own list. I was hoping that at one point we could have one statewide list so that when students in a Jumpstart program at WNC request to take a class, if it's on that statewide list, then it should be approved. Let's say it's approved for Carson City School District already, then it should be approved for Douglas County. Right now, the way the process is, Carson City may have hundreds of dual credit courses approved where we only have, 80 to 90 courses approved. So I've been working over the last few months with the Department of Ed and asking questions. And so we are working to clean this up and get it equitable. And so it's reciprocal. I hope that answers your question.
It does. And so I'm going to now jump to Superintendent Ebert and say, is there anything we can do to help? Do we need to change regulation language so that it says that the Department of Ed will create a list of approved dual enrollment courses and offer, set the amount of credit that they're getting at the high school level and in what area? Or what can we do to help?
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, that is one path that you could follow. I can't think of others right off the top of my head, but we do have a meeting coming up with the superintendent shortly, and I can ask them as well what gather some ideas to get to the fastest, most efficient way to the top of the hill.
Sorry, now that my throat stopped scratching.
President Ortiz,
I know we've talked about this. Yeah, one second, Mr. Brown.
Okay.
We talked about this years ago because I recall Member Newbern saying the reason that we had everything come through us. But I would like a single database of all entry courses that are approved for dual enrollment that schools can pick from.
This is Member Dockweiler. Mr. Brown, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. I was just going to suggest there's multiple districts have lists of courses that have gone through our own boards and through your Board of Education for approval. If we could just start with, because I don't want to tax any more work on the Department of Education right now, but if we could just start with a compilation of all those courses and the institutions with which they are being offered, that would be a huge, start to all this and getting some consistency at least. And I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. No, we're looking at the CCSD list right now, where it shows the college, the entry course title, the CCSD equivalent course, and then what credit is given. Both of the, it's given, the high school credit type. Does it say what? But some of them are like half a credit, some of them are a full credit. So again, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so a consistency from all the different districts would be cool too. Let us take that away, Mr. Brown, and come up with some ideas. Superintendent Ebert, maybe you and I can like offline brainstorm on how we could pull some of this data together. Question for you, Mr. Brown. Would you like us to pull this item and have it brought back to us so that you could reevaluate what you're requesting based on the comments from our student member?
I'd like to start with this list approved because we do still have so many students that are taking dual credit courses. And if I go back with an unapproved list, in a sense, I can't really, based on our policies, offer them dual credit.
Got it.
On their
No, that's important for us to know.
That would be my ask. I started this process back in September, trying to get on the October board meeting, and we still have kids trying to book classes in Jumpstart and Western Nevada. So if I could at least move forward with this list and while we're doing this work, that would be my request.
Okay. And then, yes, Member Keys, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree. I didn't mean to call out this specific one. I think it's just a larger issue. I know that getting those options for those classes for the students is really important. Like I have what dual credit classes I'm gonna try to take planned out until I graduate. So I get my associates. So it's really important that we offer these courses, but we do need to work to do better in the future. I really believe that this is something that's a really important issue.
Awesome. I appreciate you bringing it to our attention because I don't think without you sitting here, we would have even known. And again, this just goes to point out how important it is to have a student on your board. So thank you, Member Brown, for your time. Member Escada, Member Brown, I mean Mr. Brown, I'm making you a member of the board now. Member Escada, please proceed.
Thank you very much. And President Ortiz, if I can advocate on behalf of the system also, when Superintendent Ebert does have the meeting with this upcoming week, if we could also include some in-chief representatives, I'd be more than happy to be the conduit to encourage that participation. But I do highly commend the members for bringing up these discrepancy in the numbers in the credit courses and the credits that are applied, especially for the dual credit program. So thank you very much, and I will unquestionably be following up.
Wonderful. Thank you, Member Escada. Okay, I think that covers our discussion and we're ready for a vote.
So Member Ortiz, or President Ortiz?
Yes.
I just had a thought on this. If Member Key's points was exactly what I was going to say. There's a lot of kids who are waiting for not only these options. I think as we're moving towards work with the portrait of a learner, this is going to increase student choice and focus on education. And I could think an easy workaround would be if there was a list compiled, if a school board in a district approved it and then the state board approved it for them. I don't think that it has to be super complicated. It really has to be approved by the local board and then the state board. So I think we could make it an easy process for districts.
I think that's not the item in question. It's more of making what they're getting approved consistent. So if, to Member Key's point, you're offering sign language up north and it's a elective, but in another district, it's considered a core class. I don't know if I'm using the right language here. Then there's that discrepancy. So that's more of the concern around what kind of credit are you getting for a class and are you getting credit at all versus how the approval process happens. Right? Okay. Just have to make sure I got you. Okay.
President Ortiz, this
yes,
is Member. I'm just curious, and I'm not sure if this makes sense. I've been out of the high school setting for a while, but I believe that Infinite Campus has been spending a lot of time trying to align SCED codes for all courses and descriptions and things across the state. And I'm wondering if that could be helpful to us in incorporating the work that's being done with IC and our courses so that they show up kind of similarly across districts.
Oh my gosh, you're talking to a jaded data junkie. So yes, if this is an infinite campus, we could totally just pull a report and then run a, VLOOKUP report. I'm talking Excel junkie stuff now, and determine where the credit by district doesn't match. That would be an easy thing for our data team to pull. Right on. Okay, thanks. You just gave us a solution. Woo-hoo. Okay. All right, so we're going to work towards a solution and make sure that we start validating that the credit offered is consistent across school districts and schools. Fabulous. Okay, now I will open it up for a motion to approve all of the items other than item O.
Member Dockweiler, I move to approve all of the items except O.
Member Hudson, second.
All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Okay, now separate vote on item O. Can I get a motion to approve item O on the consent agenda?
Member Hudson, I motion to approve item O.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
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 Any abstentions?
Member Dockweiler, I abstain.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Okay, I am going to use my flexible agenda at this time to move a couple of items. The folks from the RPDPs are here for a presentation, and we've pushed them several times. And because I have to step out in a few minutes and we need a quorum to vote on any action items, I'm going to move your item up. So if that is okay with you, if you're ready, I can take a quick break if you need time to prep. Otherwise, we will, awesome. Then we will move to item number 10. And the board will hear a presentation from the directors of the Regional Professional Development Programs, Dr. Chelly Smith, Director of the Southern Southern Professional Development Program, Ben Dixon, Director of the Northern Nevada Professional Development Program, and Annie Hicks from the Northeast Nevada Professional Development Program. They're going to give us a presentation regarding what they've been providing to districts and schools in the regions that they support. So please proceed when you're ready.
Good afternoon. Thank you. President Ortiz, Superintendent Ebert, and members of the Board of Education. My name is Annie Hicks. For the record, I am the Director of the Northeastern Nevada RPDP. I am joined today by my colleagues, Dr. Chelly Smith, the Director of the Southern Nevada RPDP, Ben Dixon, the Director of the Northwest RPDP, and the Assistant Director of the Southern Nevada RPDP, Jared Barchizan. We are honored to be here today. We appreciate the invitation to share with you the results and impact of the work that we accomplished in 2022 and 2023. This is highlighted in our annual report, which, as many of you noted, is hundreds of pages and compilations. So we are hoping today to provide a more concise summary of that work and the impact that we had. And our primary purpose in completing and compiling this report is to be able to show to our various stakeholders, as mandated by the legislature, that we can show a very strong return on investment for the funding that is allocated to us by the Nevada legislature each biennium. Before I begin presenting on the results of our work, I'd like to just briefly share some background about the RPDPs and how we came to be. We were created in the 1999 legislative session, and initially there were 4 regional groups still working collaboratively statewide, and then over time that became 3. So we work both regionally to serve the unique needs and contexts of our school districts, but we collaborate consistently statewide to ensure that what we're doing is in alignment across the state and alignment with statewide initiatives. With that in mind, we try to make sure that what we are doing is meeting our mandated goal of providing high quality professional learning to all educators and leaders across the state. With that in mind, based on our legislative mandate, we work across 3 very broad categories. That first category is to meet the district and charter school requests for services or the unique needs that they have in place. We also work to fulfill legislative mandates that can include things like using the Nevada Educator Performance Framework or licensure courses. And we also support individual teachers and administrators based on needs that they have expressed to us directly. When this happens within these 3 broad categories, we determine the professional learning needs of leaders and educators through this request for service model with the intention that doing so allows them to tell us exactly what they need so that we can then meet that and we can leverage the expertise of our staff members to best address that request. So for example, when we are working to meet district or charter school requests for services, we meet with that requester initially to establish the goals, objectives, and then to align that request to the district or school's performance plan. An example of this work can include providing professional learning support for schools who are implementing teacher clarity, often referred to as NEPF 4.1. When we work to fulfill legislative mandates, we work closely with NDE and other stakeholders to ensure the alignment of our work so that the intended purpose and outcomes is achieved. An example of this work would be our licensure courses like multicultural education and family engagement. When we work to support individual teachers and administrators, we strive to stay abreast of the current research and best practices in order to ensure that that professional learning is grounded in both the present realities of teaching and learning and the science. An example of this work includes workshops and courses that explore the science of reading within a comprehensive literacy instruction approach. You may notice that I have notes. I want to make sure I don't miss anything. We are thrilled to share that in 2022-2023, we provided 1,690 professional learning sessions across our state. In order to accurately and effectively share these results, we divide them into 3 categories. The first category is called instructional training, and this can include things like presentations, workshops, in-service and university courses. An example of this includes workshops and courses focused on increasing students' intrinsic motivation and engagement. The second category of professional learning we provide, we call observation and mentoring, which can include coaching, classroom observations and feedback, modeling, and co-teaching. An example of this would include new educator mentorship programs and the related support to retain those new educators in the field. And then the third category of professional learning is consulting and collaborating. This includes things like school and district committee or task force work, email advice, professional conversations, and then planning for professional learning in partnership with schools and districts. An example of this would include supporting individual schools through the revised continuous improvement process.
Do you mind if I ask a quick question?
Of course.
I don't want to miss my opportunity because I have to step out in a few minutes. So the count of offerings is awesome, but how do you measure quality and outcomes?
Thank you for that question. Annie Hicks, for the record, Director of the Northeastern Nevada RPDP. Each year we compile our annual report, and within that annual report we align the work and the outcomes with both Thomas Guskey's framework for evaluating effective professional learning, in which he has 5 categories. We also then, for each project with established outcomes, determine measurements that make the most sense. So if I could speak to an example that will come in about 3 slides. For the multicultural education licensure course, that outcome of participant perceptions, their experiences applying the learning aligns with Guskey's 5 levels of evaluation. In addition, in that course, we are using a statistically valid and reliable tool known as the Dispositions for Culturally Responsive Pedagogy Scale, and we use that as a pre and post assessment. And through that, we have found that there are statistically significant positive results on dispositions for teaching diverse students. So we use multiple measures to determine the effectiveness of the professional learning that's provided. And within our report, you will see both kind of a big picture, wherein we look at things, total numbers, Guskey's 5 levels, and then we have specific projects that we highlight where we really dive deeply. For instance, that multicultural education course would be one. I think the last report had 50 pages evaluating the effectiveness. You're welcome. Any other questions before we proceed? I recognize it's a lot. We're very excited, but we spend a lot of time on this. Okay. Looking back on 2022 and 2023, we were able to serve 21,007 educators and 1,723 leaders with only 38 full-time and 9 part-time staff. Sometimes we refer to those staff as professional learning leaders or trainers, so you'll hear that term used interchangeably. On the slide and data set that you are viewing, you will see that there are 2 different types of numbers. The unique number of educators and leaders served indicates the total number of individuals who participated in RPDP professional learning opportunities, while the duplicated number indicates the number of educators and leaders who took multiple professional learning sessions or trainings with us over the course of the year. To help put the numbers in perspective, if you were to think about the touch point of each individual staff member in relation to the number of educators and leaders they served, you will see that on average, each RPDP trainer provided support for 447 educators and 37 administrators in the state. We are very proud of this. The reason we want to share this is we want to highlight what we feel is a substantial impact of our work, along with the continued investment that we have to improve outcomes in our state. We want to be clear that we are former Nevada educators and leaders who are committed to investing in current and future Nevada educators and leaders. And this is because we know from the research that educators matter more than any other factor in terms of student achievement, that effective and well-trained educators are more likely to send students to college and increase their future income level, that effective school leaders are second only to classroom instruction in impacting student learning, and ultimately because we know that when educators and leaders in our state have opportunities to learn and grow, it leads to improved outcomes for Nevada students. In 2022 and 2023, we received 13,788 evaluations from our professional learning sessions that were designed and facilitated over the year. We have a response rate of 61%, which is quite high, and we believe that helps us to determine that the feedback we receive is reliable. Participants are asked to rate questions on a Likert scale of 1 to 5, with 1 indicating not at all and 5 indicating to a great extent. The data show overall that participants' perception of the impact of professional learning on their instructional practice is quite positive, and our scores on the items noted on this slide are all about 4.7, which should suggest that the results of the professional learning we provide were very close to achieving their intended outcomes. That's external data that we share to try to show the impact of our work. Internally, we also want to note that we use feedback from evaluations to determine the professional learning needs for our staff, as well as adjustments that we need to make in order to improve the design and facilitation of future professional learning sessions. Our evaluation form includes an open-ended response and opportunity for participants to share with us open-ended feedback. And on this slide, you will note we have a selection of anecdotal feedback that we think also confirms the positive impact and results of the professional learning that was provided. 2 quotes that I would like to specifically highlight include the following. I appreciated that the content was focused and could immediately be applied in the classroom. And I have a much deeper understanding of what it takes to lead a collaborative group and will continue to reflect on my current leadership as well as implement these newly learned strategies in my future leadership. As I noted earlier when asked about how we evaluate the effectiveness of the professional learning we provide, we'd like to share a couple of impact examples. I won't repeat all that I said, other than to note that in our multicultural education course, which is required for licensure in this state in order to renew your license, we have over the last 4 years collected statistically significant data that show an increase in 15 of 26 dispositions for culturally responsive pedagogy, and that 97% of participants have indicated at least 1 change in their practice as a result of their learning in this course. Another impact example that we would like to highlight is our work in the family engagement course, which is like the multicultural education course, a license renewal requirement in our state. And in 2022 and 2023, the data showed that participants in this course reported statistically significant confidence in communicating effectively with families and the community in order to support student success. The data also revealed positive shifts in their beliefs about the relationship between effective family engagement and student success. One thing that we're excited to share with both of these licensure courses is that in the current year, 2023-2024, we are on track to more than double the number of participants who are completing these courses through RPDP. We're very excited about that. We'd also like to highlight programs that we have developed based on legislative requirements, things including both those licensure courses, but also financial literacy and computer science modules and computer science training. Most notably, Code.org, one of our external partners, awarded the RPDP with the 2022-2023 Most New K-5 Teachers Award as a result of the ongoing partnership between Code.org and RPDP, in which we provide computer science instructional training that is aligned with the new state standards for computer science. In addition, participants who participated in the computer science training program indicated increased self-efficacy or confidence in teaching and positive impacts on student learning. We also provide opportunities for educators and leaders to obtain additional endorsements on their Nevada licenses, including additional endorsements like the English Language Acquisition and Development, often called ELAD, Early Childhood, Computer Science, Reading Specialist, Gifted and Talented Education, and then the Library or Media Specialist. These programs are offered through a variety of formats, which include in-person, hybrid, or virtual, in order to ensure open access across our state. And we offer these endorsement pathways in partnership with higher education institutions like UNLV and SUU. This allows participants to obtain the endorsement credits at a greatly reduced cost. Two examples of results obtained through our endorsement programs include statistically significant increased knowledge for participants about how second or third languages are acquired through the ELAD program, and long-term learning application for participants who completed the Reading Specialist endorsement program. We consistently collaborate and communicate with a variety of stakeholders to ensure alignment of our work, as well as to determine the needs of educators and leaders across our state. And so on this slide, we've specifically noted entities and organizations that we consistently collaborate and communicate with, including NDE, the Statewide Council for the Coordination of the Regional Training Programs, RPDP Director Meetings, statewide collaboration across staff, educational organizations such as the Leadership Institute of Nevada, the Nevada Association of School Superintendents, and initiatives like the Nevada Portrait and Future of a Learner Project. Each RPDP is governed by two entities: our regional governing boards, which is made up of 6 superintendents, or I'm sorry, for my region, it's 6. It's the superintendent of each school district in our region and 1 teacher representative, along with a representative from the Nevada System of Higher Education. And then, of course, we have non-voting representatives from the Department of Education. We are also governed by the Statewide Council for the Coordination of the Regional Training Programs, which we also refer to just as SWCC, and that both entities oversee our work and our budgets and our annual reports. And then finally, we work collaboratively in partnership with district and school leaders, and that includes both Nevada K-12 school districts as well as State Public Charter School Authority schools. And we work in partnership with institutions of higher education, such as UNLV and SUU. One key area for providing professional learning support relates to how we do that in relation to the Nevada Educator Performance Framework, which is used as the evaluative tool for educators and leaders in the state. But most importantly, it's really a tool that demonstrates high leverage practices that we know can have an impact on student learning. So we consistently provide professional learning that is utilizing the NEPF framework, and we do that through requests from districts and schools. And we also do that through embedding the NEPF into other professional learning sessions that have other content examples. So for example, administrators might participate in a professional learning session where they use the NEPF to elevate instructional practice through effective observation and feedback, how to provide coaching and support that changes practice, and then completing things like walkthroughs or getting individual coaching. Educators might participate in sessions where they learn how to use the NEPF as an instructional planning tool or a way to reflect on their practice and how to make improvements, or to drive the work of their PLC, their professional learning community. And one thing that we'd like to note because the NEPF is such an important tool within our state that right now in 2022 and 2023, 77.75% of our trainings embedded NEPF in some explicit way. We also thought it would be helpful to explain how we design and facilitate professional learning by using and highlighting the Nevada Professional Development Standards and the National Learning Forward Standards for Professional Learning, recognizing that currently in our state, the professional development standards are under revision. We're excited for those to continue through that process. But in the meantime, these are the standards that drive our work, that help us to know how we should be designing and facilitating the professional learning in order for it to be effective. We receive funding for a biennium from the legislature, and that funding allows us to provide professional learning just like I've described. What we would like to note in the graph on our screen is that our current funding allocation is approximately 58% of the amount that was allocated in 2007 to 2009 biennium. We operate on a flat budget, which is similar to a fixed income, wherein we have to meet all necessary expenses within the specific allocated amount, regardless of increased costs that we may face. This can be in the case of negotiated raises for staff salaries and benefits, or in the case of travel expenses that often increase over time, such as fuel and hotel. As we continue our work and we look to the future, we'd like to highlight our greatest area of need, which is to be able to increase the number of staff that we have so we can expand our capacity for the amount of support that we can provide to educators and leaders across our state, particularly during a time when the landscape of education is drastically changing and the needs of education personnel continue to grow each day. And in conclusion, I'd like to provide you with the contact information for myself and my colleagues. We invite you to reach out at any time with questions, or if you would like additional information, or you're looking for a long report to read late at night so you can fall asleep. We'd love to share the results that we achieve each year with you. I would also like to say on behalf of myself and my colleagues that we are so grateful for this opportunity to share with you the highlights and results of our work from 2022 and 2023, and we extend our gratitude for your continued support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hicks and team, for that lovely presentation. Member Dockweiler, for the record, before I turn it over to questions and discussion, since the funding piece was something that you mentioned as a barrier potentially, could you explain to us how your funding structure works?
Would you like to do that, Dr. Smith, or would you like me to? So we are funded by the legislature collectively as the 3 RPDPs together, and then there are essentially like sub-accounts for each of us, and our funding goes through the Nevada Department of Education as a line item. And in the last session, we did not receive an enhancement, so that flat budget continued. But as you are well aware of the negotiated raises for staff members across districts, that impacts us because each region is assigned a fiscal agent. That means that we're attached to a district to whom we are obligated to meet the policies and the salaries of that district. So for the South, that would be Clark County. For my region, that would be Elko County. And then for Director Dixon, he has a number of counties to navigate. And so within that, in our funding structure, whatever we receive for 2 years is what we must operate on regardless of everything else. So as a personal example, in my region, due to the recent salary raises and benefit costs associated with that, which were well deserved, our budget is now 98% salaries and benefits and 2% operating. And we travel the largest geographic region in the state. That's a challenge that we face in terms of providing services. I hope that answers the question.
Yes, that was super helpful. And actually, I have a question now for Superintendent Ebert. Is that something that will be brought to legislature's attention through the Department of Ed, or how does that funding or increase potential funding to support this work, how does that happen?
That goes through the legislature. It is part of the Department of Ed's budget, if you will, but it is really just a pass-through. It is not part of our body of work.
Perfect, thank you. Member Hughes?
Yeah, just on the finance, I have a couple of questions, but I'm going to stick to the finances for a minute since we were going on. Are you all set up, or could you do a partial fee-for-service model I'm thinking there's probably some duplication in what at least large districts are offering in-house, and you all are also doing some of those services. So it strikes me that districts could be more efficient if they were leveraging more effectively all the services you're all providing, and it may also be able to supplement your budgets. I know that that is probably not a good case to make to the legislature when you're asking for more money, like, hey, we have this other revenue stream, but could you all like operate that way, or is there any parameters why you couldn't charge for some of the services, but a lower fee than a district could do it on their own?
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Annie Hicks, for the record. I'm going to defer to Director Smith, who has the historical knowledge and can speak to those barriers. I appreciate your question.
So we are allowed, Shelley Smith for the record, we are allowed to receive gifts and grants, and we are allowed to do very small charges. But because we are a grant-funded entity within the state of Nevada, for the most part, the offerings that we provide to teachers within the state administrators are nominal charges or free of charge. That said, to compete or have some for us to charge, that would, I think, go against what the intent of the grant is.
Got it. That's helpful. And I was thinking not charging participants, to be clear, but charging districts who are themselves invested in some of these same things on their own. So,
For the record, Shelley Smith, I will say that for the most part, we collaborate within the districts in which we work. So we try and do projects so that we have more manpower. But the truth is, as Superintendent Ebert knows, everyone is short-staffed. And so even if we have a combined effort between the district personnel and ours, we often still don't have enough people to meet the needs.
Excellent, thank you. Does any member of the board have a question or discussion, financial or not? Member else?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, members of the PDP, for presenting. I was having a conversation with Director Hicks several months ago, and we were talking about a lot of the things, and I really felt it was important for the kind of collaboration and unity and just that this board knows all of the things that they offer. I can certainly say in rural Nevada, we heavily rely upon the PDP for many, many things. And Annie gets a lot of phone calls from me, typically frantic phone calls about how we can handle certain things. So I know at one point there was a lot of discussion about the collaboration and unity, and it feels like we have different parts moving, and I think we all have the same ideas. So I really appreciate that they were willing to come and present this for the entire board to hear.
Thank you, Member Else. I see Member Hughes. I want to go to Member Orr because I see your tiny hand on the screen. So Member Orr, please go ahead.
Thank you, Angela Orr, for the record. I just want to thank all of you for the work that you do. I worked very closely for a long time with the Northwest RPDP, and I know how much thought, effort, and talent go into creating these courses and how much collaboration there is with local districts to find what everyone needs on a very limited budget. So I really applaud your efforts. That being said, I would like to know if you were able to get more funding from the legislature, how would you recruit the teachers who don't typically take additional coursework but might perhaps be the ones who need it the most?
Shelley Smith for the record, thank you for the question. Currently, we are doing internal look-throughs of the folks that do take our coursework, looking at what age rate, usually years that they're in, and we're finding specific places where we need to reach out a bit more. We've tried to do more work this year in getting into I actually wish I would have brought a picture of this. We have posters in our one of our rooms where we've outlined every single school, who has contacted that school, what kind of response they got, which area it was in, and we can take a snapshot of schools that aren't responding for whatever reason. Sometimes there's really valid reasons. If they are implementing a brand new curriculum or a brand new program and they have to do it with fidelity, they obviously don't want us in there because they want to make sure that the program is what's effective. But we are across the 3 RPDPs, looking at ways in which we can course outline who we are missing and where we can do a better job. So that is a really important piece of our work, is to make sure. Additionally, we know that new teachers are often not as supported as they need to be. So we have expanded that notion of a new teacher from first year through fourth year, so that we can make sure and look at not just the very beginner teachers, but those that often, we know fifth year is often the place where they don't want to do this anymore. So we're trying to get that support. So we've really put a lot of emphasis into those particular areas. Thank you.
Annie Hicks for the record. If I could just quickly add to what Director Smith said, I think one other area that we are working on in order to recruit or attract, if you will, educators and leaders who may not be as likely to reach out for professional learning support is honestly through building relationships by being in schools. And one area that I see that really happening in my region is related to the continuous improvement process, where we are working directly with school staff, leadership teams, and we're getting a chance to be in classrooms and meet with teachers who may not normally sign up to be in a workshop or who may not want to complete a licensure course with us. And through those relationships, what I have observed over the last 2 years is that we are getting more and more requests from teachers directly for the support that they need. So we're trying to really maximize the idea of just-in-time support. What is it that you need right now? And so it's things like, I just found out that I have to cover reading intervention for a colleague who's out on medical leave, and I need help designing those lessons. And so we can send someone directly to that school to work directly with that teacher, co-planning together, sometimes co-teaching and modeling. And I think that that is one way that we're trying to address that very real challenge. As Director Smith noted, I think there are a number of other ways that we could work on expanding our outreach. I think to do that, we also need to have additional staff.
Thank you. Member Orr, did that answer your question? And do you have any additional questions?
That absolutely answered my question, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Wonderful. Member Hughes?
Okay, I'm going to limit myself to one question left here. So I'm curious. So I know that you all do a lot of professional learning, and I understand that it is very hard. You mentioned return on investment. It's very hard to measure that when you might have only one touch point with an educator, and so you rely on self-reporting and you do the best you can. And I appreciate you look to sort of models of, you know, look at statistics and do the best you can. I'm curious though, from like a data infrastructure, what would you all need the state to invest in? What kind of data would you need access to be able to show, did this have an impact on kids? And I know it's a hard through line to say like one training is going to have something that's going to totally change the trajectory for a kid. But, you know, if you have people who are consistently participating, or like the dispositions with cultural responsiveness, like, you know, you would want that to actually not just change one action, but change experience for kids, which is very hard to measure. So I'm just curious if you all have any initial thoughts, like what kind of data infrastructure are we missing that could help you all to even better tailor your approach if you had richer data?
Shelley Smith for the record. We have done some pieces like that in the past, and funding obviously is some of it. But for instance, we have done some match case studies in particularly middle school math, where we had schools that had groups of teachers. Our number was 5 or more, go through middle school math program, which was pretty extensive. And then schools that had no teachers go through middle school math, and then some schools that had only 1 or 2. And doing those match case studies, we matched it on socioeconomics, we matched it on all the variables that you could possibly control, though we know in this kind of research that doesn't always happen. And we did find that those schools that had groups of teachers that went through together, so they had the opportunity to support each other through the middle school math program, produced higher student achievement on the back end. That even getting the student achievement measures are oftentimes difficult, and DE for the most part has been wonderful in allowing those opportunities. But we don't do those studies anymore because they are so costly. So that's one example of things that have been done in the past that have not been done anymore.
Are there like examples of one-time investments that the state made for you to have perpetual access to a certain type of data you don't now that would be helpful to do more of that?
Annie Hicks for the record. Yes and no. I guess when I think of that, I think one challenge we face, so when we think about connecting teacher professional learning to student outcomes, I think a challenge we face is how do we, because of the way that we even receive data, if we request it, it doesn't allow for us to see the direct connection between a student and a teacher per se. It's still not disaggregated to that level, and I certainly understand why, but I think that poses a challenge for us if we were to try to do that kind of work. That would really require partnerships with a school and a district in terms of sharing of that data. So, but I don't know if I can speak to larger pieces. Superintendent Eber, if you have ideas, we would love to do that if we could find a way to make it happen.
Okay. Superintendent Ebert, please.
Thank you, Superintendent Ebert. For the record, so I absolutely love the question, and there are several different pieces that are currently underway with the student information system, with our licensing system, with OPAL, and making sure, and earlier the SCEDCOs were talked about as well. So we're moving in that direction. I guess I want to ask you if there's a specific tool that you've seen, because you have the opportunity to see things nationally as well that we do not have that we should look at. Is there something that you already have in mind, or are you asking? No, okay.
Yeah, I didn't have anything specific, and I'm just curious because it seems to me like, having been on the other side, making the decision about how do you improve the offerings you're providing to educators, there's often, it's self-reported data you're relying on. Mm-hmm. And that is sometimes inflated or sometimes doesn't actually help you understand what's happening in classrooms. And so my mind just goes to like, well, what else could we be collecting that would help us make those kinds of decisions?
Annie Hicks for the record. I appreciate that question because that is a conversation we have had over the years that I've at least been with RPDP. And I think it's something where we want to be mindful that we are using very valid data such as SBAC and other national assessments, but also within that using evidence based on what teachers are doing directly with students. So in some of our work, that's more possible than in other areas, if it makes sense, where we have cohorts. I'm thinking specifically of computer science. There was some direct student evidence that allowed us to determine those changes. I think that's another area of professional practice that we can continue to grow in.
Member Dockweiler, for the record, I love the database decision-making conversation. And to add to that, I noticed on some of the survey questions you had shared with us, the questions were written, I will, as kind of like a post-test to the treatment or the training, if you will. I'm wondering if a year or two out, you follow that up with, I did, or I did this, or I did this.
We're trying to share.
So again, we have in the past, we have had actual protocols developed so that if a teacher, and we generally did this only in really long-term professional development. For instance, if they went through the governor's reading improvement program, which was 45 hours, anything 45 hours more than that, we would have a protocol that they agreed for us to go into the classroom. And after they went through the 45 hours, we would go in and watch them. They would tape themselves, or we would watch them directly and have a protocol pre and post of the improvements that were occurring. So that's a little bit evaluative, but it actually gives you quite a bit of information on that kind of data.
Annie Hicks for the record. Some of the things we've been trying to do to address those types of survey questions, which are part of NRS, and that's why we use them, is to do things like retrospective surveys. And then we also will do, so for example, like in multicultural education, about 2 months after someone completes that course, they receive a survey questionnaire that asks them to reflect on changes in practice and to share specific examples. And of course, that again is self-reported, which we know can certainly have bias and not be as accurate as one would like, but it is helpful to consider from an effectiveness standpoint. If they can identify specific examples, that gives us a sense of what is working and maybe areas of growth. I think doing more long-term would be very beneficial to see what happens after a year. And that isn't something that we have done in recent years, but I think definitely something to consider in the future. Would you like to share?
Hi, Ben Dixon, Director, Northwest RPDP. I'm newer to the position, so a lot of this is new information for me, but I think one thing in talking to my staff when we look at those duplicated numbers, are people coming back to our program and are they taking more courses from us? I mean, my staff keep a very well-curated list of participants, and we've noticed anecdotally that we get a lot of return on people coming in. But again, to that question about how do we get more people into the program, that's something, into our courses, that's something that we are continuing to work on, and really it starts with those relationships.
Thank you. So one more question. It turned out I have all the questions today on this one. Is about the reporting requirements. I understand you're governed by NRS, but I notice a lot of the reports, well, the ones that we've posted, seen today are like 100 to 200 pages, and knowing that human capital is a challenge sometimes getting all the work done. I'm just wondering if you all feel that is there a way to streamline the reporting to make it easier for you all, or what are your thoughts on the reporting piece of it?
So Shelley Smith for the record, we have actually, in coordination with NDE, SWCC, and our governing boards, we have actually streamlined those quite a bit. It used to be that the reports that were turned out from each RPDP would take each specific trainer 6 weeks to write. And we have, these all vary a little bit from each RPDP. In our case, we have our trainers come in. In fact, the assistant director and I are working with staff next week on, we call them project proposals. So they go out in the field, they see what is really needed. They come back to us with a plan for all of next year. This is what we're going to work on next year. This is what we see as important. This is what we have met with principals on. This is what superintendents have said are important. They come in, they have a plan. They tell us how much it's going to cost us, and then what the effects they believe are going to be. So at the end of the year, they have to file an impact statement on what happened with that plan. How many teachers were affected by it, what they believe with student achievement changes, what were teacher changes. It used to be, instead of doing case studies, we went to this model, and it now takes our team, each person, a couple of days to write. So that streamline has been very helpful. And all the entities that receive our report have indicated that they've been fine. So we've done a little bit of meshing things to make them a little bit easier, and I'll let the other two directors explain theirs.
Annie Hicks for the record, out of the northeastern part of the state. So I appreciate the question, because a conversation that we had over the last 2 years has been exactly that. How do we best meet needs of districts and schools, recognizing that our reports do take 4 to 6 weeks to compile? They're quite extensive. So one way in which we're trying to address that this year, part one of the report, if you will, and you may have noted when you looked at them, is very similar, wherein we created a streamlined format that each of us used to put in our regional data. That, frankly, has just been helpful because we kind of have a template, and that often falls to the director or directors. One way that we're trying to address the second part of the report, where we look at specific projects or long-term professional learning sessions that were facilitated, in my area, we are going to a more visual, graphically pleasing, simplified platform, just essentially identifying who, what, why it matters, what change theory we're using, what model of professional learning we're integrating, and then what the impact was. And we're hopeful that that will also, like in the case of the Southern RPDP, free up more time to be in schools in May and less time writing. I will say a challenge I think we face is that as professionals, we want to be functioning at the highest possible level. And so we want to also demonstrate our scholarly background and expertise, which is one reason why I think the reports can be quite substantial. And we're struggling to both meet the needs of districts and demonstrate that professionalism. So that's an ongoing situation that we grapple with.
Ben Dixon, Director, Northwest RPDP for the record. So I guess it speaks to a continuum, or maybe my ADHD, because when I became the director, I looked at the report and I said, who reads this? And as you know, it's quite lengthy. Yes, Superintendent Ebert does read it. I've read it. I've read multiple of them. But I felt that my staff, we talked about it, and we felt that if we could come up with something more, I guess, impactful or more visual, it would be more useful to our stakeholders. I know Superintendent superintendents have a lot on their plate. For them to read all of that, to find out what projects we did, can be overwhelming. So we're moving, much like Director Hicks talked about, to more graphic format, almost to the point where we're using infographics, almost a 2-pager to highlight specific projects. Historically, the Northwest has done a case study with a logic model, those kind of things, and I think those are super valuable. But I also think at the end of the day, to get in the hands of our stakeholders exactly our high impact work so they can see what we do, that's the best bang for our buck. That's our best advertising. And so thinking about it from a marketing standpoint and how we can get ourselves out there, what can we do quick and easy to show people the high impact of our work? So that part of our report might look a little different than the other two. That first part looks exactly the same. So it's been a challenge for my staff because they are very scholarly and they are incredible writers. And for me to say, boil it down to 2 pages. And that's been a challenge.
Shelley Smith for the record. One additional comment is for those of you that have the opportunity and the joy of reading our report, we believe that the impact statements that are divided by content allow someone to walk into the report and say, I just want to read the technology piece. And it's much easier to find. And I think that's a benefit to stakeholders also. So that was another reason to move towards that format.
Thank you for explaining that. I think that makes a lot of sense, and I'm sure that the stakeholders will all appreciate that. Plus, it's easier to get your information out into the hands of the people who are interested in hearing what you're doing and can see it instead of getting to page 100 and then finding out. So, beautiful. I'm going to see if anybody has any additional questions down south or up north. I don't see any here on the screen. Okay. Well, thank you all for the presentation today and your patience in allowing the time in which to give it. All right, so now we will move on to agenda item 9. We will hear presentation from Lisa Ford, Chief Strategy Officer, and Christopher Huffman, Strategic Initiatives Consultant, regarding the 2024 addendum for the statewide plan for the improvement of pupils, or the STIP. Please proceed when you are ready.
Lisa Ford, Chief Strategy Officer for the Department of Education, for the record. Am I going to have to use my outdoor voice? Okay. Good afternoon, Superintendent, Vice President Doc Weiler, members of the board. My name's Lisa Ford, and I'm here along with Christopher Huffman, Strategic Initiatives Consultant, to present the Nevada Department's annual update on the Nevada statewide plan for the improvement of pupils, or as we like to call it, the STIP. Over the last several months, the department has done a deep dive in the STIP document with the goal of gauging the progress the offices within the department toward meeting the goals set forth to be accomplished by 2025. Today, I'll begin with an overview of the STIP in order to reorient constituents to the document. Then I'll share the State Board's goals and connect those goals to the STIP strategies. Next, Chris will provide highlights of the Nevada Department of Education's work over the year that had an impact on specific strategies related to the State Board's goals. Finally, we'll share our timeline and events for moving forward with the statewide improvement. Ensuring that the State Board of Education maintains and even improves its effectiveness in providing specific services is relying upon clear vision, mission, values, and goals. The vision of the State Board is that all Nevada students are equipped and feel empowered to attain their vision of success. The mission of the department is to improve student achievement and educator effectiveness by ensuring opportunities, facilitating learning, and promoting excellence. The goals of the state board are to move up in state rankings from 18th in September of 2020 to the top 10 in July of 2026, as measured by the academic portion of the quality counts of K-12 student achievement, and increase the overall number of students receiving college and career ready or CCR diplomas from 23.9% in July of 2021 to 50% by July of 2026, and eliminate gaps of student groups while raising overall average. The strategy matrix of the STIP outlines the goals, values, and strategies of the Nevada Department of Education. There are 6 goals within the document listed at the top of the matrix. The department's values are listed on the right and left side of the matrix. And finally, in the middle of the matrix are the 36 strategy statements. The goals are ambitious visions for Nevada's education system by 2025. The department knows that we have to set high standards to move Nevada students forward. Our goals focus on students from the very beginning of their education during pre-kindergarten all the way through graduation. The goals are centered around educators, student progress and achievement, educational funding, and safety. The goals of public education in Nevada are meant to speak to all students in our state. All means all, without regard to age, gender, socioeconomic status, religion, race, ethnicity, or ability. The goals express the commitment of the state to the well-being of every student. It means no matter who you are and no matter where they attend school, the Nevada Department of Education is dedicated to the success of every student. The values and goals in the 2020 STIP reflect the celebrations and points of pride that communities shared in the listening tour. The values and goals also highlight areas of expected growth and improvement. For the first time, the 2020 STIP articulates a set of values that power the Nevada Department of Education's mission. These values are non-negotiable aspects of our work that are essential to everything we do to support educators and students. These values also honor our stakeholders' priorities for a common language when discussing the services our students and educators need and deserve. At the intersection of each goal and value is a strategy. The majority of the strategies are written as SMART goals, meaning they're specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. The strategies break down each of the 6 goals into consumable steps that allow us to progress monitor the state of education within Nevada. It's important to note how the strategies within the STIP document align with the goals of the State Board of Education. The first state board goal in Nevada is to move the state up in rankings from 18th in September of 2020 to the top 10 by July of 2026, as measured by the academic portions of the quality counts K-12 student achievement metrics. And there are 4 STIP strategies that specifically align to this goal. Goal 3, success strategy, which is to close the pre-kindergarten through 8th grade opportunity gaps. Goal 4, success strategy, to reduce graduation opportunity gaps. Goal 4, equity strategy, to increase participation in college level and CTE coursework. And finally, Goal 4, inclusivity strategy, to enhance support for English learners. These strategies directly align to student achievement metrics, which would help Nevada get closer to the top 10 ranking. The second state board goal of 50% of students earning college and career-ready diplomas by 2026, up from 23.9% of graduates in July of 2021. This goal also includes eliminating gaps for student groups while raising overall average. There are 4 STIP strategies that align to this goal. Goal 3, equity strategy, to increase access to STEM learning. Goal 4, equity strategy, to increase participation in college level and CTE coursework. Goal 4, success strategy, is to reduce graduation rate opportunity gaps. And Goal 4, access to quality strategy, is to expand access to CTE for all students. These strategies are all aligned to increase student participation in the requirements of the college and career ready diploma. And I'll now turn the presentation over to Chris, who'll talk about the work of the department over the past year.
Thank you and good afternoon, Vice President Dockweiler, Superintendent Ebert, and members of the board. For the record, my name is Christopher Huffman. The next set of slides will share data points and specific measures taken by the Nevada Department of Education to improve the quality of public education in Nevada for our students, staff, families, and community. These are highlights of the dedication of the department staff and the leveraging of state and federal dollars and programs to promote positive progress and change. To highlight the increase in pre-kindergarten seats, the Office of Early Learning and Development has supported an increase in the number of seats available to support young learners in state-funded programs. Nevada pre-K program seats have continually increased each year. Additionally, the Early Childhood Innovative Literacy Program, or ECILP, projected over 1,200 seats for 3 and 4-year-olds in the 23-24 school year. Highlighting the access to high-quality early childhood programs, the Quality Rating and Improvement System is used to evaluate and support early childhood programs. Highly rated programs are those that receive 3 to 5 stars on the evaluation. In-person coaching and training sessions have been provided over the last 2 years, and that has contributed to a nearly 4% growth in the highly rated programs for the state. The Office of Teaching and Learning provided multiple professional learning opportunities to support educators with the Read by Grade 3 or RBG3 initiative. These opportunities included literacy summits, meetings, cohorts, a district literacy camp, and the Nevada Press Project. The Nevada Press Project is a statewide RBG3 partnership with the University of Minnesota, and it was implemented during the 22-23 school year. This professional learning opportunity was offered by expert literacy instructors of the University of Minnesota Center for Reading Research Program, which was titled Press, The Path to Reading Excellence at School Sites. We had 300 Nevada educators participating across 6 different press cohorts throughout the year, with more to come through future cohorts during 2024. The Office of Inclusive Education has provided multiple professional learning opportunities to support districts, charter schools, administrators, and educators in improving outcomes for students with disabilities. These opportunities are shown on this slide. Project Achieve is a partnership with the Carson City School and Lyon County School District, and they implemented the Project Achieve pilot to promote access to the general education curriculum for students with the most complex needs. The goal of the project is to increase the percentage of students with low incidence disabilities who scored proficient on reading, math, and science sections of the Nevada Alternate Assessment by providing high quality instruction in both self-contained and inclusive settings. 72 paraprofessionals and 21 teachers in 15 elementary schools across Carson City and Lyon County school districts participated in Project Achieve professional learning opportunities this last year, impacting 146 students. A total of 74 hours of professional learning were delivered across the 2 school years. Assess Plan Teach is a partnership with the Clark County School District with the goal to increase the percentage of Nevada's 3rd grade students with disabilities who scored proficient on the statewide reading assessment to move those students to the least restrictive environment. A total of 29 students in CCSD currently participate in Assess Plan Teach. Of the 29 schools, 27 of them receive ongoing coaching. The remaining schools are known as referral schools who receive support as needed. Additionally, 181 teachers and 158 paraprofessionals from the 29 schools participated in the professional learning, which impacted approximately 1,850 students in grades 1 through 4 in the Clark County School District. A total of 244.5 hours of professional learning were delivered across the 2 school years. The Office of Inclusive Education also provides targeted professional learning to paraprofessionals to ensure more inclusive opportunities for all students to have access to CTE courses or career and technical education courses. The intention is to promote completion of all courses within the series. This additional support provides students with the opportunity to not only stay in school and graduate, but to graduate with certificates and skills ready to enter the workforce. This program is currently in 4 school districts: Churchill, Clark, Lyon, and Elko, as well as the SPCSA, making up 12 schools and supporting 21 paraprofessionals across 42 CTE programs of study. Each paraprofessional receives 4 hours of training as part of this program. To highlight the building of educator workforce in Nevada, the Office of Educator Development, Licensure, and Family Engagement, also known as EdLife, added pathways to licensure and awarded multiple scholarship programs thanks to state and federal funding. Over the last 4 years, EdLife worked with, the Commission on Professional Standards and has added fast-track pathways for qualified people to become educators. EdLife also worked with the University of Nevada, Las Vegas for Nevada's first registered apprenticeship in teaching, helping 500 paraprofessionals move towards their dream of becoming a teacher. The Teach Nevada Scholarship is state funded per NRS and has helped 307 people earn their teaching credential. In partnership with Great Basin College, Nevada State University, the New Teacher Corps, University of Nevada, Las Vegas, University of Nevada, Reno, Western Governors University, Clark County School District, and Washoe County School District, the scholarship assisted, again, 307 people to earn their teaching credential. Again, incentivizing pathways to teaching was federally funded using ESSER II money for the 22-23 school year, and is state funded per AB 515 for the 23-24 school year. It is conducted in partnership with Great Basin College, Nevada State University, the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, and the University of Nevada, Reno. The Nevada Teacher Advancement Scholarship is funded by AB 400 in partnership with Nevada State University, University of Nevada, Las Vegas, and the University of Nevada in Reno. A key piece of information related to licensure is that new candidates have increased from 7,900 in 2019 to 9,876 in 2022. Highlighting school improvement ratings and advancements, the Office of Student and School Supports provides ongoing professional learning and technical assistance to support all federally designated schools with an emphasis on comprehensive school improvement, or CSI, and additional targeted school improvement, or ATSI, in designated schools. The office facilitated an update to how federal designations for Nevada's public schools are completed and acquired U.S. Department of Education approval of the Every Student Succeeds Act, or SF plan. Highlighting professional learning, fostering civic engagement, the Office of Teaching and Learning has been instrumental in delivering professional development aimed at cultivating civic engagement among students. Notably, there's been a marked rise in participation during the ongoing 23-24 school year. Recognizing the pivotal role of civic teaching and learning, it's imperative to understand all of the benefits. The Office of Teaching and Learning spearheaded professional development sessions on the Civic Seal in both 2022 and 2023, and is gearing up to deliver comprehensive professional development for the Schools of Civic Excellence program in the 24-25 academic school year. In a collaborative effort, the department also teamed up with the United Way of Southern Nevada to craft civic action projects tailored for educators statewide. It's been proactive in offering professional development opportunities for educators, focusing on effective civic teaching and learning strategies, and leveraging these project-based learning modules as invaluable resources. The annual convention is also on here, and it is a virtual civic field trip jointly organized by the Nevada Department of Education and Voices in Voting, catering to students in grades 5 through 12. It offers the unique opportunity to participate in the democratic process from debates to voting. Thanks to its virtual format, Kidvention ensures accessibility to every district and charter school in the state of Nevada, allowing attendance during regular school hours. Furthermore, this event is recorded for future reference, enabling educators to incorporate it into their curriculum throughout the academic year. The Office of Career Readiness, Adult Learning and Education Opportunities provided professional learning for career and technical education, or CTE programs. Over 1,500 participants engaged in learning topics such as recruiting, preparing, and/or retraining teachers, faculty, and staff, reducing performance gaps and meeting performance goals, and technical assistance for eligible recipients. Shifting to enrollment in career and technical education courses of study, according to the Nevada Report Card for 2024, 50.6% of high school students are currently enrolled in career and technical education, or CTE courses, which are designed to equip students with workplace readiness skills and the potential to earn industry-recognized credentials. Moreover, successful completion of CTE credits contributes to meeting state graduation requirements and may even translate into college credit. Recognizing the importance of ensuring access to CTE courses in rural areas, recent advancements have been made in leveraging distance learning modalities. The Nevada Department of Education has proactively developed online course materials to facilitate both asynchronous and synchronous learning opportunities, including piloting a one-semester computer science course. Furthermore, teachers are incentivized to instruct students in other districts using a distance education framework, thereby broadening access to quality CTE instruction. The Office of Student and School Supports recently reported 7,753 English learner students enrolled in a CTE course for the 22-23 school year. To support our multilingual students and their educators, professional learning and technical assistance were provided in topic areas related to the Nevada English Language Development Frameworks and advancing academic English language development for Nevada's multilingual learners. The Office of Assessment Data and Accountability.
Chris, can we pause for a second and go yay?
Yes, absolutely.
Because that's a good team.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. The Office of Assessment, Data, and Accountability Management recently reported an increase in college and career ready or CCR diploma recipients during the 22-23 accountability year. 26.11 of issued diplomas were a CCR diploma, up from 23.27. Moving to funding support, the Office of Pupil-Centered Funding implements Nevada State Education Fund budgets. The PCFP account, or Pupil-Centered Funding Plan account, and the Education Stabilization account support public education in Nevada by combining designated revenues into a single account to support public education in Nevada, ensuring a more stable stream of funding that can be allocated equitably. The 2022-23 school year marked the second year of implementation for the PCFP. The department has continued to work with school districts and charter schools to understand the full benefit of the new plan, which includes increased flexibility to allocate funding to where the students need the support the most. The department has developed business rules to provide a clear understanding of each mechanism within the model and continues to work with school districts and charter schools to refine the implementation. Highlighting our financial risk assessment and management, the Office of Compliance strategically assesses and manages financial risk to ensure programs and funding are effectively and transparently invested. The goal of financial risk management and monitoring is to support all subrecipients so that they achieve a low financial risk.
Quick question.
Yes.
Sorry, Member Ortiz for the record. When you say organizations assessed for financial risk, how many were found to have financial risk? 100? Is that the 100? I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand the data.
Yeah, Superintendent Ebert, for the record, I don't know if you have it right there in the backup, but we will have staff look for that exact number for you.
So can I just confirm that the 136 organizations are LEAs?
No, Superintendent Ebert, for the record, they are, they could be an entity like Spread the Word Nevada, who received grant funding from us. So the Public Education Foundation, any entity that has, we have over 1,300 grants that we issue annually. And so could be any number.
So then
combination of entities, excuse me.
Okay, so then we're assessing like 10% of them.
Superintendent Ebert, for the record. No, that's okay. I appreciate the question. So an LEA may have, Superintendent else may have 50 grants.
Got it.
So your statement is 10% of the organizations. Yes, exactly.
Highlighting professional learning for restorative practices and social emotional learning. The Office for Safe and Respectful Learning Environments provided numerous professional learning and technical assistance opportunities focused on restorative practices and social emotional learning in the 2022-23 and 2023-24 school years to date. In addition to the professional learning listed, $5 million in ESSER 3 funding was dedicated to professional learning related to trauma-informed restorative practices and decreasing discipline disparities. The Office for Safe and Respectful Learning Environments also conducted the Nevada School Climate and Social Emotional Learning Survey, which is administered annually with students, staff, and parents of schools. The chart displayed shows the annual statewide student scores for the topics of physical safety and emotional safety, as well as the number of schools that fall within the 3 designation statuses annually. As you can see, all but less than 1% of schools have consistently scored in either the favorable or most favorable categories for emotional safety, and all schools in the most recent all schools in the most recent year were favorable or most favorable for physical safety.
Hey, Chris, Member Ortiz for the record. We should maybe drop 2020 out of there because that's like an anomaly since everybody was home. They're totally physically safe, hopefully. Right? Like, eventually, I'll just take it out of there. Because I think it skews the data. I was looking at it immediately, went, oh, that's a big drop, right? Like, I'm only looking at the most favorable column. But then I looked at the year and I said, oh, we were COVID quarantine. Like, clearly you're going to feel more physical safe in your own home most of the time. That's not true for all of our kids. We recognize that. But that could account for perhaps a big chunk of the drop.
Thank you. As we look forward, progress monitoring for the current statewide plan for the improvement of pupils will continue throughout 2024 and into 2025. Intentional efforts for the final year of the current STIP will include tracking and reporting of professional learning and technical assistance provided by each office, as well as the reporting of data regarding local education agency and school statuses pertaining to school improvement designations, state and grant funded activities, and the assessments of academic, fiscal, staff, and social emotional status. As presented at the November 2023 State Board of Education meeting, the Nevada Department of Education's, as well as the State Board of Education's vision, mission, and values are the guiding elements to put a singular purpose for the department into practice. The purpose of the department is to improve programmatic and fiscal opportunities to advance student achievement outcomes and cultivate educator effectiveness. This purpose was carefully crafted to reflect the entire impact of the department. At the heart of the work, we support Nevada's public schools, employees, and students in multiple areas represented on the right hand of this slide. Each of these supports represents a different office within the department and are essential to statewide improvement. The purpose here is intentionally broad. What we've learned recently is that we never know when we will be confronted by a new challenge that will require flexibility and ingenuity to remain relevant and effective. The approach is simple: provide a purpose with specific performance measures that can be continuously monitored and influenced by changes in the educational, political, and physical landscape. During that same meeting in November 2023, the department shared efforts related to the development of a new STIP. At this time, the department, in collaboration with the State Board of Education and other community partnerships, will begin to develop a new plan to be implemented beginning in 2025. This screen represents the timeline for completing the work for the new plan. And while this STIP would begin in 2025, it is important for the work to be done prior to then. It's our pleasure It is our pleasure to provide the Nevada State Board of Education with the proposed 2024 addendum to the statewide plan for the improvement of pupils. Ms. Ford and I thank you for your time and are prepared to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Heffman and Ms. Ford. I will open it up to the board for any questions or comments.
Sure.
Member Hughes, please proceed.
Yeah, thank you for the info. So I wanted to dig into a couple where I didn't hear as concrete of like outcomes. So I appreciate, so like as an example, I appreciated with the early childhood, you were able to say like, here's the number of seats and here's some rating of effectiveness or quality that, you know, we have some system for that. I'm curious, for example, on the effective educator, the second goal, do we know how many students now have access to effective educators as a result of these efforts? Like I saw a bunch of programs and enrollment, but I don't know how many kids now have access to effective educators.
Superintendent Ebert for the record. So that would be, when you ask that question, that's a question that changes daily because of the number of teachers that leave the profession at the same time. So as we are adding teachers to the pool, there are teachers leaving as well.
Which is a data point, right? Of whether
Correct.
these strategies are addressing the people leaving. So we don't actually know, are these efforts leading to the goal on that one? Is that right?
I would say they're adding to the support for the classrooms, and as we continue to track and help retain the educators, that's another data point that we would need to analyze. I guess in relationship to your question that you asked earlier, we have been working for over 18 months now to get that specific data that links our classrooms and who is in that classroom with the number of students and if that teacher is licensed. Because we know that as district staff classrooms, if they are short within, there's five second grade classrooms. And if they're short 2 teachers, in one school, they may incorporate and have 2 long-term subs, someone that's retired or, bring in. In another school, they may collapse the number of students into the other 3 classrooms and show that they don't have a vacancy, but they have more students with them. And so that's the type of data that we're trying to drill in on. So trapping that question is important. I think if you were asked that same question next year, I would have the answer for you. Right now, it's hard to, because of so many moving parts, it's hard to trap that specific data.
And then there's the effectiveness piece, which is a whole other layer of so sure, kids have an adult in front of them. Are those highly effective adults? And so I think I appreciate that that's the goal. I just worry that we don't actually know where all these efforts making a dent towards that because we don't actually have the data to suggest that that's true or not. Or it could be an indication that we need to change the goal in the next revision if we can't actually measure it. And then the second sort of relatedly was around the continued academic growth. I saw 20 improved schools. Do we know what the net change was in how many schools? Because I think some schools were also added to the list potentially. So and when you look at the NEPF ratings, it seems like we saw an overall decrease. So I was just trying to figure out again, how many, if the goal is continued academic growth, how many schools actually showed continued academic growth?
And I'm happy to get that information for you. I know there was a presentation done for the board in November that also expressed all of those numbers and the movement up and down from schools in each category. So I'm happy to get that together and send that out.
Anything else, Member Hughes? Okay, turning to Member Dockweiler.
Thank you, President Ortiz. I appreciate the slide in the presentation that directly aligned some of the Department of Ed goals with our 2 State Board of Ed goals. And I'm wondering if that can be illuminated in the report somewhere, because I read it a few times and I might have missed something, but I didn't see any of the direct connections. It kind of made me think of in schools, we have a goal for a student and then it'd be not listing the specific things we're doing to work on the goal. We just list the goal and the kid's schedule. It's okay, well, just how do we better support those 2 goals with what's listed in the document? I think that would provide clarity for everybody. And then the second thing, kind of what Member Hughes was referencing, was the outcomes. For example, on Goal 2, you mentioned Project Achieve, which sounds really cool, and the impact of 146 students. I don't know if that project is still in process or if you have outcome data for that. But a lot of the initiatives sound really great, so it'd be nice to hear what some of the outcomes might have been from them.
And I'll add, Member Ortiz, for the record, are they ongoing or one-offs? Right, so if Project Achieve is something that we implemented in 10 schools and this is the outcomes, great, but is it going to be implemented in 100 schools next year, or was it a one-time thing? So that kind of additional information is super important for us to be able to reference, because if you show me some massive outcomes, you better believe I'm going to go scream it from the rooftops, right? I want to pump up all the good things that are happening, but if I go tell people, oh my gosh, this project achieved all these great outcomes, and then it was a one-time thing, then I'm going to look pretty dumb, right? So I want to make sure that the information we're giving out is full and accurate.
This is Member Walker, and we've implemented Project Achieve in our school, and our staff has gone through it. It's for our CLS classroom, so it's ongoing.
Thank you, Member Walker. Appreciate the info, and would love to hear more someday, maybe over coffee.
Sure, great things are happening. I'd love to show you.
Awesome. Anyone else? Questions, comments? One more?
Yeah.
Member Hughes, go ahead.
So just one additional thought, and I think maybe are we going to hear more about the 2025 process? Is that on there also? Is that coming next? Not in today's. Oh, okay. Okay. So I guess one push I would have and suggestion, I think, as we think about the next process is I think what would be super helpful for us and the general public is in a very simple way to think about what's the hypothesis about what some of our root challenges are. So let's name those. What are we trying to address in those barriers? How much does it cost and is it working? And I feel like a very simple way to show that on a dashboard or think about goals in that way, because I think we always have this conversation about here's the thousands of inputs and we don't actually know, did all that investment lead to the end goal or whether it was aligned to the theory about what we thought was going on in the first place. So I think the more we can sort of simplify and sort of go down that route would be super helpful as we look to the next cycle.
And if I could add to that, this is Member Ortiz for the record, that if we hypothesize something and we put all this effort in and we realize that our hypothesis was wrong in the first place, fine, okay. But at least we're learning from it, right? And so I guess that's the point I want to get across. And I also want it to be consumable by Joe Blow on the street, right? They can go, oh, okay, that was the goal. That's what they did. That's what happened. Awesome, right? Super simple. Keep it simple. That'll be it. Thank you. Okay. Do we need a break?
We need a motion to submit this document.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Superintendent Ebert, just one clarifying question, which I really liked, Member Dockweiler's. Before final submission, which we're required to do each year, I believe what I heard was taking some of the information and data points that we have in the PowerPoint and embedding it in the document would be helpful. And so I'm more than happy to do that before final submission.
This is Member Dockweiler. Thank you, Superintendent Ebert. I think that would be helpful. And I'm not sure exactly which slide it was, but it clearly listed the 2 state board goals and then the other goals supporting that. That would be great. Thank you.
Okay, I will open it up for a motion to approve the submission of the addendum of the statewide plan for improvement of pupils.
Member Hudson, I move to approve the STIP with the addendum, the add-ons. Yeah.
Including the edit that
yes,
Superintendent Ebert just mentioned. And I'll take a second.
Member Dockweiler, I second that.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion carries.
The other day I walked past.
30-second warning. Guys, give us just a second. I'm still waiting for a couple people to come back. Melissa, are you down? Are you up north? If you could come to the mic.
I'm here. Ready when you are. Hi.
I just want to see if you have any schedule considerations, because we typically put all our action items up front, but I moved some stuff because I had to leave. And so we've got 2 more.
I do. I have one of our school's board meetings that I really need to attend. It starts at 5:30. So if I,
Yeah, let's put you next then. Okay, I'm gonna do another.
Thank you so much.
No problem. Okay, I'm calling this meeting back to order, and we're going to do another little agenda shuffle because we have someone that needs to leave shortly. So I'm going to take item 11 next. The board will hear a presentation from Melissa. I'm going to have you pronounce your name. Say
Macadin.
Macadin. Wanted to pronounce it like the dinosaur. Executive Director of the State Public Charter School Authority regarding the data that drove their Nevada Performance Framework rating. So please proceed when you're ready, Ms. Macadon.
Thank you. Like Chair Ortiz said, I am Melissa Macadon. I am the recently appointed Executive Director of the State Public Charter School Authority, coming in behind Rebecca Fiden, who I think you all know. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to present this data to you today. Next slide. This slide situates 2023 SPCSA enrollment within the state based on this year's October 1 count. The pie chart on the left demonstrates that the SPCSA is the 3rd largest LEA in Nevada, enrolling about 12.5% of the total Nevada student population, as shown in the bright blue slice. The SPCSA remains behind Clark County, which enrolls 63.7% of Nevada students, and Washoe County, which enrolls 13.3%. The total enrollment count for the SPCSA exceeds the total for the remaining Nevada school districts. The SPCSA has the 3rd largest district in Nevada last year as well. For reference, the table on the right shows additional detail, displaying 2023 enrollment counts and percent of the state for each school district in Nevada. Next slide. A major focus of our work over the last 5 years has been increasing the diversity of our student population to better mirror that of the state. This slide represents that work over the last 3 years. Next slide. Those efforts have paid off. We are now within a few percentage points of the state in students who are second language learners, which is all the way to the far right of the graph, and students with an
We still have work to do regarding economically disadvantaged students, but we believe that that transportation funding will help close that gap. $15 million was allocated over this biennium to fund transportations at charter schools, and to date, around 25 different schools have applied for the grant. We know that transportation is an equity issue, and we hope to see the gap closed further once those transportation plans become operational. Next slide. Now let's look at how the students in our portfolio perform. As you are aware, there are many metrics we could look at, but for the sake of time, I have chosen a few for today's presentation. I also think it's important to note that like all public schools in the state, charter schools are rated on the Nevada School Performance Framework. Additionally, charter schools have an added layer of accountability, as they are also measured on the SPCSA Academic Performance Framework. Charter schools that consistently underperform academically will be closed per Nevada statute. Next slide. This body is well versed on the NSPF, so I won't go into those metrics, but I will briefly go over what the additional level of oversight on the academic performance framework looks like. So you will see in that very first column there that 60% of our current academic framework is based on the school's rating on the NSPF. So the NSPF does weigh heavily on the academic performance framework that we rate our schools on. There is also a geographical comparison, which is that blue set of boxes, in which the school is compared to the district average scores as well as the scores of the zone school based on physical address. And then in the green boxes, the schools are also compared to zone schools for diversity, meaning how do their student subgroups compare? Are their ELL, special education, and free and reduced rate numbers comparable? And lastly, for our information only, we measure the reduction in non-compliant or in non-proficiency in math and reading. Next slide. As you can see in this slide, 80% of our schools have NSPF scores at or above their comparison districts, and 83% have scores at or above comparison zone schools. As a reminder, the geographical comparison indicator compares a charter school's NSPF performance to the NSPF performance of its zone district and school. This indicator provides information on a charter school's performance in context of local schools and is aligned to the SPCSA strategic plan as seen on the left. Next slide. The prior slide only displayed data for the 22-23 school year, so this slide delves into NSPF score trends over the last few years. Specifically, we show the percent of schools with an NSPF score of 50 or higher, which corresponds to a 3-star or higher rating. We use NSPF score instead of star rating because of gaps in star rating availability, as shown in the NSPF timeline at the bottom of the slide. We must acknowledge pandemic disruptions to learning when discussing academic performance over the past few years. However, the SPCSA has experienced relative stability in the percent of schools achieving a 3-star or higher equivalent NSPF score. Looking across the 2018-19 pre-pandemic year to the current year, SPCSA has seen a 4.5 percentage point decrease in the rate of schools with a 3-star or higher equivalent score. This is in stark contrast to the state, which has experienced a greater than 15 percentage point decrease over those same years. Next slide. An important component, as you know, of the NSPF is proficiency, which is worth up to 25 points in the elementary and middle school NSPFs. This slide shows ELA math and science proficiency trends for the Smarter Balanced Assessment for both the SPCSA and the state for 2018 and 19, the most recent pre-pandemic year, and the 2 most recent years, 2021-22 and 2022-23. Overall, SPCSA proficiency rates for elementary and middle school students have generally decreased over time, but still outperform the state. in every content area over the years shown. A similar analysis of high school proficiency for the ACT and high school science assessment shows the same. Next slide. This slide provides national context for the SPCSA performance in ELA and Math Smarter Balanced or SBAC assessments given in the 3rd to 8th grade. We located a sample of states that also administer the SBAC, including California, Connecticut, Delaware, Oregon, and Washington, and found that in both ELA and Math, SPCSA outperformed those states shown in the 22-23 school year, which was similar to last year's results. Although the SPCSA has consistently outperformed Nevada and other states, many SPCSA students are still not meeting grade level proficiency expectations. For example, only 44% of SPCSA students were proficient in math this last school year, which is not a rate to be satisfied with. Next slide. An important component of the NSPF is growth, which various measures worth up to 55 points in the elementary and middle school NSPF. Here we are showing the SPCSA, ELA, and math median growth percentiles overall and at the elementary and middle school levels. These data show that generally median growth either held steady or increased slightly over the prior year and is generally close to pre-pandemic years. Next slide. In this slide, we will speak to the overall SPCSA graduation rate highlights. First, the 4-year graduation rate for the SPCSA class of 22-23 was 83.8%, a rate that outperformed state graduation rate for the 4th consecutive year. When it comes to SPCSA schools, all schools except one outperform the state rate, and 22 schools are projected to earn the full 25 points under the 4-year graduation rate measure in next year's NSPF star rating. 7 of the 10 SPCSA student groups outperformed their state peers, including various race and ethnicity categories, students with disabilities, and English learners. And finally, over half of SPCSA graduates were awarded a more rigorous, advanced, or college and career-ready diploma. Next slide. This slide displays SPCSA student group graduation rates versus the state. The SPCSA is shown in the gray blue and the state is shown in the dark blue. 7 of the 10 standard federally reported student groups outperformed their corresponding state groups. The groups that did not outperform their state group this year were the Pacific Islander category and free and reduced lunch populations. Of note, English language learners outperformed the state group by almost 6 points. I want to add really quickly on this slide before we move on, we are really proud in the SPCSA to have Beacon Academy in our portfolio. Beacon Academy is a high school that is on the alternate performance framework. They have mostly 5th, 6th, and 7-year seniors. And so we're proud to have them in our portfolio. They do amazing work, but their numbers are included in this data. And when you pull their data out, our free and reduced lunch graduation rate is 93.7%, and our overall total graduation rate is 95.1%. Next slide. And that is all I have for you guys today. I'm happy to take any questions that you might have.
Awesome and quick. Appreciate it. I'll open it up to the board now for any questions. Member Hughes, please proceed.
Thank you, Director McAdam. I don't know if you heard, there was a public comment at the beginning that talked both about the growth of the charter sector as well as some of the demographic differences. And I was wondering if you could speak to that. So the first question, I guess, is, do you know offhand, I could probably research this, so totally fine if not, but what is the growth of the charter sector look like over the last couple of years? I think the public comment, the note I had was supercharged, but I wasn't sure what that actually translated into percent or number of kids.
I don't want to get this wrong. I think it was about a 4 or 5% increase from last year to this year. Last year we were at like
I don't want to get the numbers wrong and tell you something inaccurate on the record, but I absolutely have that information at my fingertips, and I can get it to you and email it to you, within minutes.
Okay, thank you. And the second was about, oh, go ahead. Was someone going to jump in? Okay. Oh, yeah. Could we also get number of schools in addition to enrollment?
Do you want the number of schools this year or the number of schools included in this data?
Oh, just in terms of the growth over the last couple of years, like how many schools we added, and then what enrollment looked like. And the second question was the comment about like student achievement and demographic discrepancies. So I did note that you had graduation rates in terms of the comparison and saw more favorable, but then I saw one of those boxes that only 7 outperformed state schools when comparing demographics. And so could that also be follow-up information if you were to break down proficiency levels by demographic group, how those stack up against the state averages?
Yeah, so the 7 subgroups was specifically in relation to graduation rates, but we absolutely have the data we have the proficiency data is included in the presentation on slide 8, I believe. But you want it by subgroup, and we have that, and yes, I can absolutely include a slide that includes that very easily.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that same slide, but broken out by subgroup, so we can see how that stacks up. Thank you. That was it.
Ms. McAdam, this is Member Ortiz. Sorry, was that Member Walker?
Yeah, if you'll just call on me after you're done.
Yeah, sure. Sorry, you were hiding on my screen. I had a question around enrollment. So if I'm not mistaken, there's a cap on the number of students a charter school can enroll, right? So if they don't go over don't have massive class sizes.
Melissa McAdam for the record. Yes, within their charter contract, schools have a set cap of students that they can reach. They cannot exceed or be below 10% of what they're approved for without getting a charter school amendment. So they can't go rogue and just enroll hundreds of students beyond what their contract allows for.
So they can't over-enroll or under-enroll, technically.
Exactly.
Okay, because my question was going to be I'm curious to know how many are 95% of their capacity, right? But if they're all within 10%, then that's kind of a moot point.
The bigger thing we see is, Melissa McAdam for the record, the bigger thing we see is, honestly, in the last few years, we've had a lot of smaller standalone schools open, and they actually are having to do amendment requests to do reductions in enrollment. So they actually are not hitting their enrollment targets, what they had planned for in their charter school application. And so they're having to do an amendment to decrease the number of students they enroll.
Interesting. Okay, that was helpful. I guess my question was around capacity and how close are we to capacity? But I guess then as a follow-up, how many charters do we have in the pipeline?
Melissa McAdam for the record. So individual schools can be at their capacity, but there's no cap at the state level. Now, having said that, let me back up and tell you, we have received 16 letters of intent to open charter schools. Typically, only about 50% of those, a little under 50% of those actually result in a charter school application. Those are due between April 15th and 30th. So in 2 weeks, we'll know exactly how many applications we got. But I think the important thing about that is to recognize that over the last 5 years, only 43% of charter school applicants get approved each cycle. So it is a very rigorous process by design. Nevada's kids deserve to have the best, most well thought out schools. And so again, just because we get 8 applications, historically, only about 43% get approved. So that's important context, I think.
No, that's good. That's good data. Any other questions? Oh, Member Walker, sorry. Your turn.
You know, I was wondering, when you look at comparing to the state and to other states, you know, it's very different. Public schools, we don't get a cap when kids move in, regardless if they're in the district and you have 40 kids in the classroom, you have to make room for the kid. I'm wondering, how are the data, if you take that data and compare it to other states with their charter schools and performance? I think it's, you know, it's kind of, we're comparing apples to oranges because there are different factors when you look at public schools versus charter schools.
Melissa Mackin, for the record, that's very valid. And I'll be honest, to my knowledge, we've never done that analysis. I think our analysis was kind of saying, well, it doesn't matter why we did it. The point is, I don't think we've ever done it, but I think it would be a worthy endeavor. Absolutely.
And I'm not trying to rain on your parade with your results. Those are great results, but I'm just curious what it looks like looking at similar.
Absolutely. I actually think our data team would be excited to look at that if they could get their hands on that data. And one of the things that complicates it, why it would be hard to get our hands on that data, in Nevada, we have one statewide authorizer for the most part. There's not very many entities, whereas in California, there's 20 different authorizers that you would be trying to have to get their data from and then figure it out. But it doesn't mean it's impossible, and it doesn't mean it's not a worthy endeavor. And it's actually, you've piqued my curiosity now. So this time next year, hopefully I'll have it for you for last year's data, or when I do this presentation again.
This is Member Hughes. Can I sneak in one more question? I know you're on a tight timeline. Is it the right assumption? So if I'm thinking about the differences between our public district schools and public charter schools, there is not a mechanism to close down a district school, but there is a mechanism to close down a charter school. So there's certainly a difference there, just in terms of the standards and accountability. So just wanted to call that out. And I think one implication of that is when you look at the data, you've potentially already closed out your lowest performing schools. Is that right? So the data, I guess it depends on where in the timeline you're capturing the data, but in theory, if you have a low performing school, by that point, you sort of close that school, so then they're not counted anymore in your data. Is that right?
Melissa Mackin, not necessarily, because we captured every school who took the test there, and it's been many, many years in Nevada since we have closed down a school for academic underperformance, probably 7, maybe more than that. So, we do, I have a much longer presentation on this, but I was trying to keep it concise, which maybe was a mistake, because you guys have some really good questions, but it spells out exactly how many elementary schools were 1-star, 2-star, 3-star. So you could see that that's all incorporated in these numbers. All those schools are counting. But yes, absolutely. If a school is chronically underperforming, we will move to close them down. We just haven't had any fall in that category in a while.
All right. Thank you, Ms. McAdown. You've done an amazing job, and I'm going to set you free to go on in to your...
Thank you so much.
Sounds like super fun board meeting. Okay. Now I'm going to go back to the item we keep skipping. We're going to talk about item number 7. At this time, the board will hold a discussion and take possible action to revise the proposed regulatory language and discuss the development of a statewide survey to gauge stakeholder interest around the adjustment to high school start times. So I will first call on Dag Gardner to give us an overview of the 2 options that the LCB folks presented back to us. And then we'll open it up for discussion.
Okay, thank you. This is Deputy Attorney General David Gardner. I had a informal conversation with LCB Legal. So I do want to make it very clear on the front end. These are 2 options we discussed, but we have not got final approval. If this body decides to use these, and send forward the language to LCB, they will still have to do a full legal analysis to see if either of these work. So with that disclaimer here on the front end, there are basically two options when I was talking to their legal counsel that we thought provided or could provide the state board with creating regulations for a high school start time. The first was NRS 388090 and NAC 387.125, and that's the alternate schedule or the alternate calendar that is used by our rural schools. I believe it's used by every school but Clark and Washoe. I believe Clark uses it for their rural areas, but not for their metro areas. And that's actually pursuant to the regulation. The regulation NAC 387.125 sub 2 sub B specifically doesn't allow it to be used in cities, and it has a cap. That could be changed by this body if you so desire. That one is to use that area of law. A school district has to apply, and they have to get approval of the superintendent to be able to use that kind of alternate calendar. So that one gives this body a lot of flexibility and how you want to do it. If you want to do the things that you've mentioned in the past, like a waiver process and an opt-in or an opt-out kind of thing, where you had some ability to make decisions after the fact, that one gives you a lot of that authority. And I mentioned that because the second one does not. The second option that we discussed was
Dave Gardner, can I get a quick clarification? On the handout that you provided us, it said the first option would require all school districts that opt into an alternative schedule to have classes after 8 a.m. Should that have said before 8 a.m.? Because they already all have classes after 8 a.m.
Sorry, it was meant, that's my problem. It was meant to say that their start time would be 8 a.m.
Ah, gotcha. Okay, just clarifying. Thank you.
But yes, that would be an opt-in thing. But if you did that one, like I said, there's a lot more flexibility in that statute as they have to get the approval of the state superintendent to go through that alternate calendar process. The second option that we discussed was this body has control over diplomas and credit granting requirements. So this body could create a requirement that to obtain credit for a class, it has to be must start after 8 a.m. The problem with, or not problem, but the restriction on the second option is that there wouldn't really be a lot of flexibility. You probably couldn't do a waiver process. It would have to be a hard rule because we're going to make it a requirement to get credit. So it can't be like, well, if you do it this way or that way, we're fine, but you can't do it this way. It would have to be just a rule that school must start after 8, or it'd have to be fairly solid of a rule and a lot less flexible. So those are basically the two options that we discussed that we thought had a possibility to be able to do this. Once again, just making it very clear, LCB has not guaranteed that these will go through. They will still have to do an illegal analysis, but these are the two that we discussed that we thought had the best shot.
Okay, thank you for that, Dave Gardner. I'm going to open it up for questions or comments from the team now. Member Keys, go ahead.
So in my eyes, I think I would only be comfortable supporting option 1 because I believe that the waiver process is extremely important to this. I wouldn't say I am extremely for start times if it puts kids at a disadvantage. And I feel like if we don't include the waiver process for schools like that have the 4-day school week, we would be putting those kids at a disadvantage. I would like to see option 1, but then I wonder how it would affect Clark County and Washoe County to see if there would be any change. Maybe, and I was just thinking about this when Dad Gardner was talking about it, and I don't know how it would work, but could we do like a kind of a mix between them? Like we do option 1, and then in option 2, it's for credit received from a school with, or a district with 100,000 enrolled or more, classes must start at, you know what I mean?
Any other thoughts? Yes, Member Hudson.
I was going to kind of mention something similar to that, only because I was thinking, especially for those schools that don't, like if it's the dual credit, I don't want to penalize them if they say, like, if they only have a teacher that can only teach it before, say so, or at a certain time after, those students would be penalized if we only went with, if we didn't have that option to, like, so I don't know how we could probably combine, because I was thinking like, well, they probably have teachers that could do it, but it has to be before the school hours because they have to teach their core subjects because they're contracted through X, Y, and Z. I don't know how the contracts work, but I know some teachers do teach before school. Like if they went to a magnet program, some of those classes are offered before because that's when they could get that teacher to come there to teach that subject.
Member Hudson, can I push on you on that one for a little bit? Because are we focusing on too much on, do we have a teacher to teach it, or are the kids actually learning at that time? Because like, even if we had the most amazing teacher on the planet teaching at 7 a.m. and the kids are just like half asleep, are they really learning?
It could be a catch-22 because I also know some students, they plan ahead, like if they know they're college bound. So, but giving them that option or giving the school district, not saying it's like a if and, but say for instance, it's a professor. Sometimes they could, I can see where you're going, but then I'm also thinking like we do have those students that make the plan their schedule to where like, oh, I want to take my courses this way, but then want to do something else after work or go to work because I want to get my day started ahead of time. So just giving those students that option to plan ahead because they have other things in mind. That's the only thing. I'm not saying that we don't have a teacher, but we have students that's goal-oriented and would say like, I'd rather have this 7 o'clock class so I could get my schoolwork done and, you know.
Yeah, that was essentially the exact reason we had the options terminology in the original regulation language, is we wanted school districts to offer options so that students could pick the best path. If I'm an early bird and I want to go to physics, Michael, at 7 a.m. because I also want to work in the afternoon or do sports or whatever, then I'm going to do that. And it's offered, but it's also offered potentially at 11 in the morning for the students that don't want to get up bright and early in the morning. Yes, Member Hughes.
Yeah, sorry, I'm still at a much more basic level than y'all are at for this, so I'm just going to name that. So could you, Dad Gardner, could you just walk through, I'm trying to follow the logic of the first option. So there's already mechanisms for alternative schedules. And so you're saying that you would make some stipulations that you have to apply for an alternative schedule should you not have classes start at 8 o'clock. And oh, by the way, we can change the number that counts under this regulation of school size. Am I following that, or is there a different logic model there?
This is Deputy Attorney General David Gardner. It's slightly different. To participate in the alternative schedule, you already have to submit a request to the state superintendent. It already has to be approved by the state superintendent. Because of that process, you guys could add, this body could create more requirements, such as you must have your classes start after 8, and you could put that waiver process and things like that in. But it would be, because it has to be, it's subject to the state superintendent's approval anyways. You can add extra restrictions.
But that would only be if you were opting into an alternative schedule.
Yes, so it would only be for people who did that, which is my understanding is all the school districts except for Clark and Washoe. I believe Clark's rural areas are under it though, but not at city.
Got it. Okay, I think I'm following. And then, I mean, my take is this probably was not seems like the intent of this was around rural school districts and knowing that there's different circumstances. it seemed, I'm assuming this could be true with anything, right? But like if we got far off of the intent, I imagine there's a strong case to be made that then the legislature would just want to clarify, like, no, we meant this for rural school districts and change it back anyway. So I'm just curious, is that your reading of the intent? I haven't read through all the text here, but that it was designed to solve a challenge with rural school districts?
This is Deputy Attorney General David Gardner. If you look at the NRS, which is NRS 388.090, it's actually fairly limited in what it's talking about. It's just talking about the minimum school days and just that there can be this alternative schedule. The regulation, NAC 387.125, is what provides all the details. And so it's this body that created that. And if you look at it, they do have a section which is talking about for smaller school districts, but they do have a section that's talking about larger school districts. But I would say it's for either the way it's written currently, but also it's this body's regulation. So this body would be able to change that also. For example, currently, Washoe and Clark, their metro areas cannot use this alternative schedule, even if they wanted to, because of the limitations in the regulation. This body could decide to get rid of those limitations, but it would still be opt-in.
Yeah, and it looks like their local school board is the one who has to opt in. Is that right? Am I reading that correctly?
Sorry, this is Deputy Attorney General David Gardner. Yes, that's my understanding. NAC 387.125 sub 2 states that the Board of Trustees of a school district, they're the ones who have to make the application to the state superintendent.
Got it. Thank you. One other just quick question I had, and we can punt this for if there's other questions about the NRS, but I was reading in the notes we approved last time we talked about this, there was 2 action items. So one was for you to follow up with LCB and understand what the options were. So I appreciate that. And the other one was that we were going to hear from the department about survey to think about stakeholder input of whether there's actually widespread interest in this. So just before we leave this topic, I want to make sure we follow up with that second action item.
Member Hudson, go ahead.
Question. Could it be like one of our, I guess, like guidelines, like if you offer a certain class at this time, it has to be also offered during after this time as well? So then
that's a good, so like for the core classes, right? Like the ones that we obviously want are, so non-elective classes. If they're offered at 7 a.m., they must also be offered after 10.
Yes.
Or later.
So those other kids could have the opportunity to take those courses.
I see you laughing. Is that like a no-go or is that just too difficult? Oh, member else, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I think that sounds really, really good in theory, but when you're talking about the size of all schools across the entire state, in Clark County, it probably would be easier to ensure that's offered because you have a lot of teachers that are teaching the same subject content area all day long. Like every one of my teachers teaches 6 different classes, and in some cases they'll teach a 0 hour of 7 different class periods a day. So depending on, like, I think it would be really, really, I think there would be some unintended consequences if we tried to put something in like that. I guess my question is, and of course it's no like shock. I mean, I've been against this from the beginning, but I think my question now back for the remainder of the board is, what is our intent? Kind of like where are we going with it? Because I just worry that we're going to try, and in the process of trying to do it, there will be more unintended consequences. And option 2, I really have concerns with option 2 because it really, I think, does create an equity issue in some issues. And option 1, it sounds like, doesn't really take care of the issue of Clark County, which I think is how this all started, if I'm not mistaken. And this started far before my time here, but I'm not certain.
I think we're officially 18 months into this discussion, so let's go all the way back to the beginning. Like the whole intent of this, member else, is to ensure that students are getting the appropriate amount of sleep for their mental and physical well-being, so that they're at a they're capable of learning, right? So to give you a silly example, which is why there's a thing full of empty snack stuff sitting, my brain stops working when I'm hungry. Kids' brains, per the science, right? Their circadian rhythms shift, and so they need 8 to 10 hours of sleep. They don't typically fall asleep or want to go to sleep because their cortisol levels haven't dropped until like 10 to 12 at night. And so starting school at 7 a.m. is detrimental to their mental and physical health, which means they're not learning as much. So our intent is to drive better student outcomes by ensuring students are coming to school at a time where they're able to learn. That's it, period, and like hard stop.
And I guess like my pushback on that is, I have a teenager that wakes up and goes to the pool every morning at 5, right? And this year, finally, for the first time ever, he has straight A's. So I don't know that there's enough data to say that I know the research is there. I still think there's so many rabbit holes, and I hate to also see us get into a spot where Superintendent Ebert is trying to create all of these approvals, because what's going to happen is instead of trying to approve however many hundred she's already trying to approve, it's all of a sudden going to be every school in the state. You know, and I certainly understand the science of it, and I've read the report. I don't know that our kids are still not going to learn if they're in a classroom at 7:30. I think some of our higher performing schools start at 7 o'clock. So I just don't know that we have enough research proving that it is that big of a detriment. I mean, I like it shows a 0.01% in the initial study. It's a 0.01% effect on student achievement. So I worry as we continue to go down it, I guess now, and again, I know I haven't been a part of it for I've only been here for half the time. When you said 18 months, that was kind of like, holy cow. But I do worry that the initial intent is we're getting farther away from it as we're trying to create regulations that always end up having unintended consequences.
Member Els, the other thing that sparked an idea from something you said is, so if I set aside the benefits for like mental health and safety and health and all those things, right, which are super important, but just since you mentioned academics, there is an interesting question about order of operations, because we saw in the earlier conversation, like we still have lots of classrooms that aren't even using grade level standard content. So it's like, if you're sleeping or not sleeping, in some places you're not even getting grade level content. So that's getting there later or earlier is not actually going to, so it's like, do we have some bigger issues to tackle?
That's a can of worms, Tim.
But I'm just saying, like, if we had to prioritize like that, but the other just sort of thought that I have is, I do think the way, if I'm thinking about like a strategy, put all my strategy on the table here, I think that if I like play this out, so let's say LCB approves and says, yes, you can do this, right? Then everybody's going to fight it. There's going to be a whole drawn out thing. We're going to be 2 years down the road. Kids still are going to be going to school at 6:45, 6:30, whatever. I sort of feel like a cleaner way to do it with less question would be to do statewide survey. Let's do it by Senate and Assembly districts, and show our elected representatives in the legislature, like, here's what your constituents think about this issue, and you all should be accountable. And if the data suggests that most people want this, we should advocate for that and have legislation to do it, because then I think you have more shared accountability and less likelihood of like, was that the intent? Was that not the intent? Let's have 2 years of court cases. So to me, it seems like that might be the longer term, like safer, smarter strategy if folks feel compelled that like this is a worthy pursuit versus all the 18 more months we could spend on this and still not actually see anything different for kids.
I like that. Member Hudson, you had some. Oh,
I was just
Member Walker and then Member Hudson. Go ahead, Member Walker.
To Tim's points, you know, Carson City has a very involved parent population, and we did this study community-wide, and the decision was not to pursue it. And so to really get the stakeholders involved, you'll get a sense of, is this something that the communities want or don't want, or that they're lukewarm on? We need that information because we have really limited data right now.
Member Hudson?
I agree. But I also need us to think about, I understand we're in a set like, oh, our school districts, but we're preparing them for society outside in the world, competing against other countries, not just Nevada, like the USA and like Finland, like top-notch countries. They're kids that we recruit because our kids can't do our math. Our kids can't do science. We're recruiting outside of our country when we produce it ourselves because of something minute of a start time. Those kids start after 9 o'clock. I know it's something small, and I know we're going to have challenges, but in order to make a difference for our kids and produce what we want in our society, we have to first take the first stand. We have to make sure not to make it convenient for the districts or our personnel. It's for our students, what's best for them, because I'm in the classroom and our kids mentally are not ready, but we don't have therapists in the schools to help them through some of the problems as adults we're creating or that they go through for our kids. So like, I hear everybody and I respect that, but at the end of the day, when I get old, I want to make sure my kids know how to read that prescription bottle and take care. Or when the technology take over, someone is going to have to read the paperwork to also help program some things. And if they don't know how to like communicate their needs when they're exhausted because we're saying, oh, you need to be here at 6 o'clock, but we're not teaching them the skills. Something like it's on us to prepare our future. And right now we're just making it convenient because, oh, we don't have the personnel. Well, legislation is not going to realize that because we're making up. We're not saying, okay, this is what our kids need. So you need to step up to the plate and do what we need you to do to have that happen. That's just my little rant. But we do need to also get the community involved to also see that, but also see like, what do they need? But we have to also look at a broader thing because they're not just going to be stuck in Nevada. They're not just going to be stuck in our elementary schools. They're going to be those scientists, but are they going to be able to compete with other ones that was prepared? And right now, I don't see our kids being like, not all of them that we want. I don't know, just a little rant, sorry.
No, I mean, we're same page. So to me, this is far beyond like our individual state or districts or whatever. It's about doing the right thing for kids to make sure that we're setting them up for success. Member Keys.
Okay, I'm gonna say something that's kind of just a harsh truth. The large majority of the students in our school do not think the school system cares about them at all. They're just going in at 7 o'clock and they're going through their day. They just feel like they're another like kind of cog and oh, I just need to get through this. And I really think that's where we lose a lot of kids. It's that, and I mean, I feel like I'm experiencing it as I'm trying to get more youth engagement across the state. Kids don't want to be engaged. That's not because that's just their nature. That's because the school system has taught them that they don't really care about what they think. And I'm not saying that's the case. I'm just saying that's how they feel. I feel like with this, we're finally kind of getting to a root cause of why so many people feel that way, or why, kids don't want to go to school. It's because they're not awake. They feel like they're just going to go to school. They have to do what they're told, and they're not passionate about any of their classes. They don't get involved with their community. And so I feel like this is a much deeper thing than just, oh, we don't have the buses, we don't have the personnel. I think it's just getting to a root cause of this is what is affecting our kids on a day-to-day level. Like I have one friend that goes to a CTA school. She gets up super early. She gets there and she has to wake up, I forget when she said, but like something like 5:30. And she's really involved in her school, but I feel like that's just, you're not nourishing a good human then. You're not letting them develop. And some may say, well, that's just how it's going to be in the real world. Like when you get a job, you get to choose your job. If you find a job that doesn't work for you, you can find a better job. And so we need to allow those kids that freedom and really like hear about what they have to say.
Yeah. Can I just chime in here and appreciate both those perspectives? And I think, just to be clear, I'm not saying that I disagree with anything either of you have said. I think those are both super important. I think what I'm trying to get at is like, okay, so let's say that everybody on the board agrees with those things. I think the way you do this is you have a decisive victory, right? Because there's a lot of systems and things that need to change. I think you can't do it on the margins. You need to go big and say like, we're getting everybody involved and we're going to win on this issue. Because then you shared the accountability, right? And it was like a robust process, and it's going to be harder to undo that way, right? And I think the timeline we're talking about is when you do it through this kind of a system, like creative use of regulation, I think in the long term, that's going to take us more time than a decisive victory if folks, want to advocate in different ways. So I just am thinking about the strategy of like, if this is the direction, how do you get to that point instead of like, let's have 2 years of litigation to sort of undo all these things.
Yeah, and to Member Walker's point, if the feedback from the community shows that in Carson, their wish is to stay on the 4-day school week and start at their time, and that hopefully feedback includes a lot of student feedback, not just parents or families, then the legislation that gets written could include waivers and options and things like we did in our original regulation that would allow for that instead of it being a big bang.
Yeah, I'm sorry, and I should have included, like, that's all that I just said is predicated on the, like, if there is widespread community support.
Especially including student voice. Yeah. Member Duckweller, yeah.
Thank you, President Ortiz. I think mine's more of a technical question for Dad Gardner. Would it be possible, if going with option 2, to still have the waiver process in place for an alternative schedule? Because I think another piece we don't want to lose, going back to those 18 months, was the ability for districts to have flexibility. And I don't want to lose that as part of this conversation either.
This is Deputy Attorney General David Gardner. Option 2, it'd be very hard to do a waiver process. When I was speaking with LCB's attorney, we talked about this and tried to figure out some way to do it. The problem is that it'd be literally a requirement to get a credit. And it's hard to have a requirement that's waivable when you're talking about credits. That was one of the big issues that we're running into, is how would we name it and work it legally to work like that, so it's a waivable requirement. It doesn't mean that you can't do it. It just means it'd be hard, and you'd have to get the language pretty well done, and there could be some back and forth between us and between the state board and LCB on that language to make sure that it could work. But it just, based on our conversations, we thought it'd be really hard to get a waiver into the option 2 requirement for credits.
Okay, thank you.
Member Keys?
Would you be able to say, for example, just you have to, if you go to school in a district with more than blah, blah, blah number enrolled, then for your credit to count, it would need to be before or after 8, or is that a no-no?
This is Deputy Attorney General David Gardner. That is always an option. I just want to remind you that LCB would also have to approve it, LCB legal. Population caps are allowed in both statute and reg, so I think that would possibly be allowed, but just, once again, it's not just what this body or even I agree with legally. We still need LCB to approve it, and then the legislative commission will also have to approve it. So I think, to answer your question, Member Keys, I think you could do that, but we just have to be careful that LCB goes along with it.
So the only thing, this is President Ortiz for the record, the only thing I would caution us is I hate doing the population thing because then it feels like we're singling out CCSD and I don't want to do that. And it potentially opens up the door for like all the charters to start at 7, right? Or like, and so I would prefer that each school, frankly, pick a schedule that fits their population, that's flexible, and provides options and agency for students, right? That's in line with our Portrait of a Learner kind of work, right? Where students have agency over how they're learning, when they're learning, and how fast. So I'd like us to stay in that lane so that we're also creating guardrails for when the portrait is fully implemented, that we create space for flexibility. So all that being said, I don't know where the hell we're going.
Are there any updates on the thoughts about the survey side of it?
Oh,
or like the stakeholder engagement side?
Yes, but Member Else was waiting. Sorry, Member Else. And then we'll go to the survey.
Oh, sorry about that. I was just curious. I'm not sure who all the voting member and non-voting member, but do we still have a quorum?
Yeah, the 4 of us on this side of the table are all voting members.
Okay.
So 4 out of the 7 are here.
Perfect. And the other thing is I really like what Tim had said as far as building it back. If we go back to stakeholder input, from an outsider coming into this later, no matter how we try to look, and no matter how I'm trying to take a vantage point from it, from my perspective, it looks like we just keep trying to change it and change it and change it to pigeonhole Clark County in. And I know that's not the intent. So I really appreciate what you had just said, Felicia. I think that we really need to be careful and objective about what that does and make sure that we're doing something that really is benefiting and there is flexibility and it is truthfully what's best for kids. I also think that there are so many other things that are good for kids that we need to focus on as well. And so I just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, don't disagree there a bit. Member Else, I wish we could all clone ourselves 10 times over and spend time on every thing we wanted to focus on.
Agreed.
So I'm going to turn it over to Superintendent Ebert to talk a little bit about this. Sir. Oh, you had something else?
No,
Member Arascata? Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. One of the items I was brought up a few minutes ago was stakeholder input. Not just input from parents. I don't know how we're going to do the stakeholder input, but also from superintendents. If we just hearing from the limited amount of people who have spoken to us about this, they've been somewhat resistant from going to a statewide uniform start time. That's what we've heard. That's what we've heard up from numerous superintendents. It seems that if we go all for one or one for not, it may be eliminating the voice for numerous individuals. There's been great passion in this conversation, more passion than I've heard during a lot of these meetings, and it is for the benefit of the students. But in order to benefit the students, we still need to have the infrastructure to get the students from A to B, bus drivers. We still need the infrastructure to make sure they're nutritionally fed. They have nutrition. Then we have lunchroom attendants. We have food deliveries. There has to be the appropriate foundation to assure that if or when this board or whomever is going to make the decision of switching the times, that the infrastructure and the capability to provide the services in order for the students to have appropriate learning times, it's going to be there. And we can't just say, well, let's just focus on the students and only the students. We have to make sure that everybody is going to be on board for this. I truly feel that way, but I feel that each district superintendent unquestionably needs to be included in this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Ariscotta. Just a quick note, just for clarification, we've never intended this to be a one-size-fits-all solution. The regulation as written currently does not say that every school must start at X time. It was just that schools should start later than 8, and if they don't, they should apply for a waiver, or they should offer students options. And so it was always flexible. It was never one-size-fits-all, just for clarification. Member Keys.
Yeah, so I think that I've tried to, going on in this discussion, I've tried to find different ways to kind of compromise with a lot of the districts. After one of our previous meetings, I actually emailed a large majority of the superintendents, like I want to say 14 of them, and I talked about like what it would take for them to compromise. And I think a lot of what I heard was just, we're not going to compromise on this. It's, I think one time I heard that if we wrote it into the regulation that 4 weeks would be exempt and not just like after the fact do that, they still said that they wouldn't support it because of their other superintendents and like Clark and Washoe. But I've tried, and we've heard from NAS a lot of the time. I think they've been included in the conversation, and just they're over here and we're over here, and we're not finding any space in the middle. We're not finding anything like that. And so I feel like they've been involved in the discussion a lot. I just think we both entities could probably work towards some sort of solution. And I agree. I think a lot of what we heard about a public comment in the past, it's been, we don't want a statewide mandated start time from a lot of people. And I'm just like, did you read the regulation? That's not what we've been doing. That's not the intent of this. That's not what any of it is. It's, we want to provide flexible opportunities for kids.
Thank you, Michael. Okay. Superintendent Ebert, back to us about the survey.
Yes, thank you. So we've drafted a survey. We actually have worked with a vendor who also has worked with entities to do a survey like this. And so they gave us some input. We're waiting for this meeting to transpire, and then we're also working with purchasing to acquire the licenses to run. We will be able to do exactly what you're saying by zip code, which is really nice, making sure, you know, obviously it is self-selection, student, parent, just a community member. We do want to hear all voices on this. So, you know, if that's the direction the board still wishes to go, we're waiting for tonight's conversation. We can finish that up. We'll finish the contract. Don't know how long the contract will take, but it is well on its way.
Any questions around the survey? Okay, so here's what I'd like to propose. I would like to propose that we maintain the regulation language as we set it, so that we can then ideally, after we get the survey results, hand that to every legislator whose results reflect that the community, students, parents, community members, et cetera, would like a later start time, so that they have the language that is the most flexible and also provides the longest runway, or at least a longer runway for schools to implement. And they don't have to start from scratch, but we stop pursuing it directly. Yes, Member Keys.
I like that approach. My one concern is that we get this survey data and then it just gets lost in an inbox somewhere. If we end up somehow getting a bill, it just gets they don't pass it through committee. It just sits there, and then we're no farther than where we started. And so I don't want to lose momentum on this. I don't know if we can still assist it to show that we're still, this is still a big thing that we support, but I just feel like if we go this way, it might not go anywhere.
Yeah, I hear you, and I feel that deeply, because there's been many things that have gone by the wayside that way. So how about we vote to commit as a board to continue to pursue this through legislation if necessary in order to make it happen. And that's just a personal commitment that we're each making to continue to pursue this particular topic to ensure that students have an option of going to school later. Member Hughes?
Yes, Member Hughes. I think we learned at our last meeting when Dad Gardner went through sort of all of our things that we had purview over, there is a place of bill draft recommendations. And so to me, it seems like if we were going to vote, it would be on collecting the data, executing the survey, and then saying, and we want to come back to this at X date in a backwards map timeline where that could actually be a possibility. And then we can say, like, is there enough consensus from the data that we would want to do a bill draft? So maybe that's the way we sort of like agendize it and align it to the legislative cycle. And what we have authority to do is at least make recommendations to, in conjunction with NDE.
There you go. That's it. Because yes, Tate, member else, go ahead. Yes, I was just curious what the questions are on the survey and like when we'll see that, because I think that that's important that we know what the survey is going to consist of as well.
Superintendent Ebert, for the record. So I'm ready to push out draft to the board that you can reflect on. I'm going to continue to iterate it with others as well before it's finalized. So let's plan. Okay, so then action plan. Next meeting, we review and approve questions for the survey. Okay. And then by the fall, we have feedback from the survey that we've reviewed and analyzed. And then if the survey data shows, then we prepare the bill draft requests because they start being submitted in September, I believe. Yeah. And then, yes, Member Walker, and then I see you, Member Keys.
I just want to, one of the things that is important, and I said this when the discussion started, is that we're stronger together. And as educational entities, we need to work together. And I think one of the big flaws is I know NASB hasn't been approached to be part of the conversation. And speaking with our superintendents, they feel that this is another thing they're being told to do. And I think as you're collecting that survey, if you're truly advocating, you have to get the school boards, the superintendents on board, or at least a better understanding of what you're trying to do, because that conversation hasn't happened. These discussions are happening at state boards, but our superintendents are busy doing tons of things. Our school boards aren't watching the State Board of Education. And so we have to reach out to the people doing these jobs. So I just want to say that, go ahead.
Member Walker, we're happy to present at the next NASB meeting. Obviously, board members, trustees, superintendents are community members as well, so they will be encouraged to take the survey just like anyone else. But yeah, so as part of getting the survey results back, that could be something that we do is we go and present those survey results and to discuss them with the various stakeholder groups.
Yeah, if the thought is really to have compromise, you have to have the discussion in a meaningful way.
So to be fair, we've had multiple meetings now, 3 different workshops across the state. Lots of opportunity for people to come and have discussion. Like that's the whole point of open meetings. And just dissent is not discussion. So, Member Keys, go ahead.
Okay, I have two things. One, it's just kind of like, how can we put in a bill draft request? Do we have to find someone to put in a bill draft request? I was just wondering how that works.
Yes, we can. And
okay.
We will.
And then my second thing is I would more than willingly engage in discussion like offline with school board members or superintendents about how we can best go about this. I think we're all really open to that. And I feel like just saying no isn't discussion. Just saying, no, we're not going to do this because we don't have enough buses. We're never going to support this. That's not discussion.
Yes, Member Hughes.
Yeah, Member Walker, a quick question, because I was sort of went where you went, President Ortiz, of thinking like, our school board members and superintendents and all the folks sort of, do we think about them as a member of the community, or should they somehow have outsized impact? And so I'm curious, just as a hypothetical, let's say like 90% of your school district, your families and students say, we want this. Do you think then at that point, like in service to the community, districts and like should do it? Like, I guess I'm just curious where you land on that. Like, let's say the results come back and you survey everybody, 90% say, yes, this is what we want. Is that then a foregone conclusion or?
Well, I can't imagine that a school board or a superintendent that would go against the community's wishes if 90% of people wanted something. My thought is, NASB is hearing about this process from me when I report out. NAS is hearing about this from Tate or the person that was before Tate. And so, of course they could come and speak at a public meeting, but you also have to look at, that's not always available for superintendents or school trustees who have jobs during the day. So, that time needs to be set up and possibly that's where you're going to start to get compromised, but that's my suggestion. If we're talking about compromise, we have to sit down with the decision makers for the local districts. We have to survey the people that live in those districts and figure out what the need is and what the community is asking for, because this is all about families, students, and what's best for kids. And the seven of us, I know, and Member Keys talks about what time he gets up and having a good restful night's sleep. One of my jobs used to be advocating for homeless children in this state. There are kids who don't have a place to sleep at night. There are kids who are woken up much earlier than 5 a.m. for reasons that they're in turmoil. So, we just have to, it's a complex issue and we need to speak with the people in the communities, and we need to, if we want to figure it out, what everybody's wanting, we have to start with getting the data, and then we need to start having those conversations and building together, as opposed to school board saying this is a local control state. We make these decisions. Superintendents saying there are a lot of things that go into these decisions that people don't even understand. And you all recommending that kids get better night's sleep. All of those things are very valid, but it's a complex issue and it's going to take teamwork. And so that's, I'd like to. Good.
I was just going to make a motion to move forward in what President Ortiz just said. So I think the motion would be that we commission, or next meeting, we're going to look at survey questions, give input. We're going to look at capturing broad stakeholder engagement. And then the commitment is we'll come back to that as a board to see what that data says. And then that will help to inform whether we feel like there's enough momentum in the community and all these stakeholder groups to actually then propose a BDR. But I think the motion would be just to sort of get the survey process up and running and then come back to the data.
Awesome. I'll entertain a second.
Member Hudson, second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Okay, moving on to the next item. At this time, the board will engage in a quick, hopefully, discussion and take possible action to create a Read by Grade 3 subcommittee that will discuss the Read by Grade 3 legislation, including the current or the new AB 400, and potentially suggest a cut score that will set the guardrails for retention. So I will open it up at this time for any volunteers who might want to serve on the Read by Grade 3 subcommittee.
This is Member Dockweiler. I'm raising my hand and verbally volunteering.
I see Member Dockweiler, Member Hughes, Member Hudson, and I got a message from Member Orr before she left that she's also interested. So that's 4 people. Anyone else? Okay, I'll reach out to the couple of members that didn't attend to see if they're interested. But as of right now, the 4 of you would form the subcommittee, and then I will ask that within the subcommittee, you can decide that today, or you could decide it at your first meeting, who will chair the subcommittee. I suggest we wait till you meet so you can see who all ends up joining. Can we include other members of the community in this subcommittee?
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, I believe you can. They would, as a reminder to any subcommittee, a subcommittee cannot make a specific determination. It just needs to come back to the board. But yes, you can have a working group, all of those pieces, as long as you're not as long as the group is not making decisions.
Okay, then I will put it out to the general public and anyone watching to please let any experts or stakeholders, interested parties know, like the woman that spoke earlier, Dr. Lee, that they are open to participate in the subcommittee as well. And as soon as we start getting those subcommittee meetings scheduled, those will be posted on our website. I would make a motion that we approve the subcommittee currently made up of Member Dockweiler, Member Hughes, Member Hudson, and Member Orr. And I'll open it up for a second.
Member Dockweiler, I second that.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion passes. Okay, second to the last item, future agenda items. So we had a little workshop a couple weeks ago, and one of the things we wanted to talk about, I don't remember what this was about. Successful outcomes? Huh? Oh, okay. So with the upcoming election, thank you. My brain is dying. With the upcoming election and with the potential of new members coming on board, obviously some of you only serve for a year, so there's quick turnover. We thought it might be important to understand the full history of the State Board of Education and why some people serve. So, there's a representative from the business community to bring business voice. There's a representative from the parents to have the parent voice. There's a representative from school boards to have the school board voice, and superintendents to have the superintendent voice. So how has this new structure of the state board been successful over time, and what have we done, and what's coming next? The other thing we want to talk about is we need to spell that right, policy for artificial intelligence. I didn't catch it. I personally like to call it assisted intelligence, but we're going to call it artificial intelligence because that's what the world knows it as. Because we want to kind of lead the charge on that and set some high-level guardrails to kind of help school districts set their own policies. And then a mechanism for rural support and collaboration. So we talked a lot about how some of our funding mechanisms and then reporting puts an extra heavy burden on our rural schools, especially for those that don't have large staff. And so we want to talk about if there's a way, and this might be something that, gains legs and grows into a builder after well, to create a mechanism to create like a collaborative for supporting smaller schools, school districts. Finally, we want to make some changes to NAC 388-430. This is around the age requirement for aging out a student that's been given an IEP prior to them starting school. So today it's 6 years old. We would like to move that to 8. Just FYI, putting that out there, that's coming up. We are going to be periodically tracking the Commission on School Funding's work because they have been given parallel accountability measures, and we want to make sure that we're not stepping on each other's toes or asking school districts and schools for more information than we already get at different times in different formats. And then finally, some recurring agenda items, Teachers and Leaders Council recommendations, the alternative performance framework, bullying training, and the Teach Nevada and Nevada Teacher Advancement Scholarships. So all of those are future agenda items. Please let me know if you have anything to add. So I heard earlier, Member Keys, we want to circle back on dual enrollment.
Yeah, I would like to keep that. I don't know if it would be an agenda item next month or at some point in the future, but I wouldn't like to lose momentum on
What is the, Superintendent Ebert, what is the, I might be mixing things up. Was that part of the audit you were talking about? No. No, so yeah, mixing things up. Okay, we'll put it on the future agenda items. Anything else, Member Hughes?
Yeah, I had 2 items, and these are not for immediate addition, to be clear. So one is just a future. One is just a request. The other is future. The request is it would be great. I feel like we've had some robust discussions around the curriculum adoption. And I don't know if we have more of those coming up, but it would be great if we could put those as discussion items and not consent, because I feel like every single time somebody has pulled them. And so I think that would be worthwhile us digging into. And then the future is, I know one of the things we learned at our last meeting / retreat was around, we have some ability to look at developing a model curriculum in ELA and math. And so I actually, given the discussion about curriculum discussion, would like us to talk about what it would look like for us to put together a framework or something to help inform the curriculum selection. So it's not actually developing a curriculum, but it's developing sort of a model for here's what we want to be true. And obviously that would be in partnership with the department. But yeah, we'd love for us so maybe post read by grade 3 stuff. Maybe that's the next instructional topic we could spend some time on.
Okay, I like it. Anybody else? Yes, Member Keys.
Another future agenda item, but I wouldn't like for this to also get lost. But at our last meeting, I did hear that we appoint 2 people to the public or charter school authority, and I had a little bit of conversation, and I would like to see if at some point we could look into that being a student, so we could have a student member on their board as well.
So good news. I asked Gardner to look into the regulation, and that is possible. So I'm not sure if the department could please let us know when the next cycle is coming up, because I think we should make sure that our application is clear that it could be a student so that we can get the application out to students as well. And then I have one last item myself. Not that I want to even go there, but I know that we're late on procuring SBAC. It's way over its 3 years. Because when we talked about ACT a while ago, like close to pandemic, we were like, these were the next things coming up. And SBAC was next, and then it's just disappeared. And so I know we need to go back out to market on that one. NRS 333 law.
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, I will go back and look at the dates and get them all outlined for you.
Yeah, I'm like visual memory is Jonathan Moore presenting a timeline and showing like these are this year and then next year and then the following year. And I don't remember what meeting that was, but like what is that? Yeah, is like I can see the slide in my head. I just don't remember when it was. And I know that we're long past that now. So I just want to make sure we're not going to get ourselves in trouble. Member Arascata, do you have anything?
Yes, actually, Member Keys jumped in there before I could, however, but I would like to offer a presentation by the Nevada System of Higher Education, specifically regarding dual enrollment programs that enable high school juniors and seniors to simultaneously earn high school credits and college credits to benefit their education needs.
Awesome. I'm going to ask the department to work with you to come up with like some pieces of data that I know I personally want to see. Like, I might get super nerdy on you right now, but I want to know like of the kids that are dual enrolled, how many are going to each NC institution? I can't even speak anymore. What classes are they taking? How many of them actually end up enrolling in an NC institution? How many of those DE students end up enrolled in the higher ed institution in Nevada? And then how many persist to graduation? Because we've been doing dual enrollment for a bit now. So like, that's the kind of longitudinal data I'd like to see. Like, is it paying off in spades that we're getting like so many more kids to actually get a bachelor's and maybe a master's or higher, right? If they're graduating with an associate's, then let's see where they're at the end of the day. So that, yeah, all of that.
And President Ortiz, I'm going to out-nerd you on this one. So with the data dashboard presentation, in which the system we've provided to the Board of Education about 4 months ago, we as in the Nevada System of Higher Education have all of those statistics on the data dashboard on the INSHE website. And we have the statistics that go back to 2014-15.
Awesome. Yeah, Member Keys, go ahead and add, and then I'll go to Member Dockweiler.
Yeah, so on that presentation, I would be very thankful if you also put in the different forms, I'd say, of dual enrollment, like the way it works in different schools. Like, I know my school, I'm directly in the class with other college students. It's online. I know some schools, like, the professor goes in person. I know some schools, the teacher goes in and teaches it. So, and I don't know if there are any others. Whenever I hear another one, I'm like, oh, I didn't know that they did that. So just like a breakdown of the different types and the different ways schools do it.
Does your data dashboard allow me to disaggregate the data by that too?
I'm sorry, by what?
Would your data dashboard allow me to disaggregate the data of like the number of students that progress to college and complete based on whether they went to in-person college classes, online with the professor, or in school with the high school teacher?
So I'm looking at it right now. We have it per school district for the high school graduation class. We have each high school graduation year going back to 2012.
Tell you what, you know what? Now that you tell me where it is, I'm going to go play.
Yeah, rather than me bore you, just if you go onto the Nevada System of Higher Education, go to the main page and drop down a little bit and you'll see, oh, you're making me do this now. Actually, go to the main page and up on the top runner, you'll see System Administration. Hover over that and drop it down to the data center.
Okay.
On the data center, that's when you scan down and you have institutional research.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Member Dockweiler.
Thank you, President Ortiz. To add to that presentation offered by Member Arascata, it might be helpful for us to have not only dual credit, the students who are receiving credit dually through their high school and in the courses taught by the individual on site, or the students who are duly enrolled and taking classes enrolled directly through the university or institution and receiving instruction through that avenue. Because dual credit and dual enrollment are different, and it might be helpful to have those outlined, because I know that we tend to refer to it all as the same, but it's actually two different things.
Correct, Member Dockweiler. There's a significant discrepancy between the two. And also the qualifications required for the teacher to have the qualifications to provide that education. So there's a lot involved.
Yeah. Okay, so we have a lot of future items. I will move on now to public comment number 2, and I'll open it up for any non-agenda items within the board's jurisdiction. Public comment may be submitted to the board secretary at nvboarded@doe.nv.gov. Our secretary will read the public comments into the record with a time limit of 3 minutes. If the comments exceed 3 minutes in length, the full text will still be entered into the record and circulated to the board. Please note that public comments submitted after the board meeting has been adjourned will not be included in the record. So I'll begin with any members of the public who have attended and are in Carson City first. Any
public comments in Carson City?
Okay. All right, and I don't see any new cards over here. Have we received any written submissions?
There are no written comments at this time.
Okay, then we'll close public comment period number 2. I thank you all for your time today. Our next meeting is May 1st, and this meeting is officially adjourned at 6:39.